station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Bad leadership is a problem of Ghana. Look at what is happening. ECG cables. That one is not a problem of Ghana. It's a prayer people go and pray at Jericho, which is the problem. I don't blame you. The former president came with a nice idea, school feeding or whatever, right? Free education and all that. He had a fantastic idea, but his own people, look at how they messed it up. One of them has come out and is talking. One CD, which is for the child to eat from. That one cry, the people who are living in big mansions still want to take part of the one CD. That is not the problem of Ghana. The 2 hours prayer somebody is going to pray because he has a problem, he wants God to intervene. That's the problem of Ghana. Bad leadership. How many containers are they mentioning? Huge containers. I saw a video. I was like, are these people human beings? Cables imported on a taxpayer's money that is supposed to be used to develop the country. You carry the cable and you go and melt it. Hey! And this is not a problem of Ghana. It is a prayer you are going to pray at Action Chapel, Jericho, which is the problem. I saw it, I said, look at this man. You want to attack prayer? I don't blame you. Look at the church's contribution to the development of Ghana. Check most of the secondary schools. Most of the secondary schools, are they not mission schools? We have universities that are built by church. That is not adding to the development of the nation. That one is not adding to the development of the nation. Orphanages, hospitals, even agriculture. Look at what Christo Asafo was, that man, Kojo Asafo has done in this nation. Look at the farms. That has not added to the development of the nation. You want to attack the church. You want to attack prayer. If we go and check, right, you are talking, probably in your educational ladder, you went to a mission school. You went to a school that was built by a church. Now you have eaten your food. Look at Dubai. Go to Dubai. A desert nation. But because of good leadership, everybody is trooping there. How many times do they pray in a day? Dubai, how many times do they pray in a day? Is it not 5 times? Let's assume working hours from 8 to 5. If you are praying 5 times in a day, you pray 3 times within the working hours. 15 minutes average or 10 minutes average prayer. Or the boom about 45 minutes a day. Multiply that by 5 and see how many hours is that. That's Uya mathematics. It's almost like 3 working days. But yet still, are they not developed? I remember we went to Egypt, Morocco like that. On an international program like that. When I was in the corporate world, we have gathered. Many people we have gathered in a conference room. They are doing nice presentation. Strategy, how to win in the marketplace and all that. When it was time for prayers, our brothers took their mat in the hall. They spread the thing. They are praying. You are standing there doing your presentation. Nobody will tell you to stop. In the middle of what? Presentation. But look at them. They are developed. Go to Morocco. Go to Egypt. Go and see how developed they are. You want to attack the church. Bad leadership. If I were you, I would not even talk. Look at just some few months ago. Look at the issues that are coming out. Look at the economy. Collapsed banks. Collapsed institutions. How many people were unemployed from that? That is not the problem of the nation. Somebody's personal prayer is going to pray at church. It's a problem of the nation. It's a joke. Don't point your hand at any church. You want to attack prayer? You don't know what you are talking about.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Let's now do the 27th award for the Night Radio Program of the Year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the National President of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020. Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen, Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon, Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen aso nyina tie sa platform media se unya na betna subia na Fabi Bruni Besie. It's a privilege and an honor na yamu be so part of the inception of this particular platform Shasi Ache and no one so na Shasi. And we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
We wish you well. We wish you well. Thank you so much for.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Nyamisha, you are also doing very well. We are also very, very proud of you. Very intelligent journalist. But one-on-one with Obi, as I said, will prepare. He knows how to pass all kinds of corners to get what he wants. And Kososa, we are proud of you.
The Honorable Samuel Okudjeto Blakwa and Moten and Kano.
Obi, yes. I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC, yes. They come here, yes. You ask the relevant questions, issues are discussed. And I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up. Keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I will do that.
Practice your law.
I have started.
Obi. Consistently practice your law. You can combine, you can multitask.
Sure.
Do your journalism, do your media work, but practice your law. And your law will not depart from you.
I thank you, Syria. I thank you. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM.
Hello, show you. Last week, Obi, my member was Obi, radio. Said I'm radio, Asempa. Said radio station, Kunkano. Your radio station, in some I'm such as 1 to advert to Quano. Oh, Sange the radio you, Obi won't tell Kumasi, and get better than FM there, Sange Kumasi. And so, in terms of say, Facebook Live me, I didn't know. We are more than to Dano, a few my Jamwa, Mafia, Kumasi radio station Kumasi. Yes, the Kuma radio station Kumasi, and my member who said them Guanomoka. In the airport, me at my Minto, the Obi Yamisao, the Mr. Sama Media, last Muso Beta, so I be a Spencer. On what about on Asempa FM? Apolano, on Asempa FM. Only I made my
freshest burger in town. What's your problem? That's saying,
Obi. Yamiadum, the vice selection I can't eat. You have 2 in so now. But also, why if Obi, Minim says, I will fancy,
sir. Hey.
Miss Miko Convention, Apostolic Convention. So, why are you Pentecost? But Miko Apostolic Convention was Baltimore. The Apostolic forward the law. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy, no money, Cromwell, and Obi. Now, it's not Obi. I feel because I'm Obi Warian and I'm Mr. Mini Facebook with 2 Bisano. They love you too much. But why are they? Or price in the cost. It's a phone now. Or my woman who said, oh, Bomodi, now Tumpong.
Man, could you boat in Aquaba? I promise to say,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Oba de other room. Obi say who watch a crack.
Papa.
And I'm some account, but the Arab say okay. The mean is Obi the body your man he's a fine gentleman. Yeah. The trading policy. So they abedu. Na ye chebusun afo nyina o me wa brochira itie wo but busun afo good alawe they love you too much you see I think you are doing a great job Obi say me pai bo nyina ne so beto aso dia wo ye amen na wo ye adwuma say na nya encouragement say there is a bright future ahead of you you keep it up you ask intelligent questions that be I catch me say I told you now me tifie na fe wo bisa na fe Pana answers now. A woman or the will miss you be arrest my case. Why are there?
Me continue na me chase you what we and me free Marco before Marco.
Yeah, best thing about being comobile. Why?
You the floor say.
Me didn't your say Bonsu.
Was able to
whom now frame me Obi a major also. Why?
In the zone you be a one and
Chairman Medase, Chairman Putin, a Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, Chairman Putin will be Kunipao. Chief Bine, Aquabana, upon to then.
Osei.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote on catcher. Bibia bokoa.
Oh, Yankupon Adum, Bibia Daddy. Now, what's what?
Yaminadum, kakra. Ye pimso kakra.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to wonder Abra, one thing around Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities. No.
Oh, na internet no crown so Obo media. And I'll show me Wikipedia or some recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar. As an Aquami Bediaco. Okay. So no one I make an quite to say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Oko check it. Wikipedia is here or be connected the two. Until and you almost share how a nipa ebodino. No, mudi combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and a nick, you know, and a nickname.
Cheddar, nickname. I just say Obi. See what they will cast Cheddar Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Emma, Dr. Edward Omanebuama Aquaba. Doc, Boko there.
Obi Nyamiadum.
Yeah. Fantastic. Congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you very much. But Obo Humadi, so Obo Humadi area. I mean, I say Ekosiisen yeah, apart from me on air, Mamintonga. But I'm in fact check it
sure, that's it. Lawyer Sami Jemfi, our member Aquaba. So, Sami Aquaba to saying, when I'm Yadum, Bibi Akoi, when I'm Mediache, as Oba Hatche,
as a frame yache, also a frame yache, but There be a major bread. Remember Munko, Miti Ekosiise, and Mamma Basso.
Yeah, that's
it. Production team with the Juma Sombo, my Ghana. And congratulations once again for winning the radio program of the year.
Yeah, that's it. That's a power. We appreciate everything you also do for us. Monsoma Kahona Jumanity Mekweni, Edamons was a power for the support and everything.
I listen to Ekosiise. For Ekosiise, I don't miss it. I think this year I haven't missed Ekosiise more than 4 or 5 times. I listen to Ekosiise every Tuesday. When I sit in my car, my driver doesn't tune to anything apart from 94.7 Ekosiise. I'm a keen listener to Ekosiise. And I listen to all the discussions, who is winning, who is losing, whatever. I listen to it every time. That is how come I understand current issues, because they are the most current radio station that discusses current things. That's why I love it. There are other stations, but I'm Ekosiise. I don't know why they haven't given me an award, because I am one person who listens to them, but they don't know me. Faithful listener.
Asempa FM. Ekosiise, Ekosiise, Asempa FM. Obi nebalo, biba, obibo, obiba, ode isempa nabo. Obi nebalo, biba, obibo, obi nebalo, ode isempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiise nie. Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som obi som obi som obi som obi som obi.
What I'm saying, sir, you see, firstly the attempt by Jubilee House to gag these whole issues, no, I fishy. I bet to Ghana president now, because
he's concerned.
Good
about the image of the country.
And what did the president say? What directive did they give?
Only still security agencies or
into Omar's investigation, you know.
That one we don't know.
Yes. And you know what is the locus of Felix in this matter? Is he a national security coordinator? Is he a commissioner for NACOC? Is he the director general of NIB? Is he the MD for your friend saying civil aviation or MD for Ghana Airport Com? What locus does he have? Why could you try some fake videos? Be a day by better to and maybe answer. So what I see as a video now who try a cargo plane no a move video there. And then when try med non so near who a fruna them, near who yare for none of them. So please, he should come clean now. Oh, start here didn't throw any politics never started. You should have even just said, the president has directed, and these are concerns the president says he takes seriously. The security agencies are at it, and in due time they will give their detailed updates. But in the meantime, initial reports we've got indicates that there was no such illicit cargo. Now they are paying more, and no, obia no kura on katakata so on kokuntokwa. Now the baby, when me find your politics, say if we are not worried, say in less than 3 months, there's $500 million worth of cocaine flying around our country. And we are not worried, say in less than 3 months, gold and dollars they are flying around, running into billions to the scale that national security every year. 2 months now, Bianca Hohe said, one the wetchy, one allergy. Ghana, allergy for baby by why? Maybe says one allergy. If won't me fed in point to jar, my who said, Nipa Bakum, you know me and so far. And you suspect you 2 months. You can't detain somebody for more than 48 hours. But we are in 2 months now. And you know, prima facie case by charge Ben Adia Boom, court to Ben Adio Maka Kujano. Ye Bisasa and some we must be Misa because a national security matter. And Tientana Kruma, now they see 2023, 2013, gold $80 million worth of at that time. What the Ben now is over $1 billion gold.
At that time, what the bed now is over $1 billion good.
If the committee is set up, na committee. Good. It's colleague MP, Reverend Intim Fojo Ewo Studio coincidental no munyina mo free Central Region. He makes the point say Enra in your video 7-minute video conveniently you shied away from speaking about the issue of cocaine, the issue of money laundering. Honorable third one be cocaine, money laundering are they?
Flights and pirates.
Any pirates, and you only focused on the 2 aircraft. I'll say BBC Ewo Ghana. What was in the aircraft? One can wasem.
Okay, and then I also saw examination. No, how can you possibly tolerate this level of triviality and frivolity?
Ade.
Obi, on no other than our catcher was there was cocaine and money on the plane. On first shred of evidence in mind. Which in the video now, I told you specifically what was in the aircraft. Oil drilling equipment. Any oil for drilling equipment. I watch Jerry Kansimu. I put out videos of the aircraft. I put out videos of officials inspecting the equipment at aircraft. And yet you are asking me, say, I didn't speak about it. When you heard me in a 7-minute video, you see, one of the reasons sometimes I criticize you media men. More amount for wasting your time when you know what to do to stop that time wasting. The video is there. You listen to me for 7 minutes. I gave you details of each aircraft and what they were doing here. Instead of what I have good relations with him. I am a neighbor of my constituency. But on this issue, he knows to say Asempa Obwa and that he is wasting our time. He doesn't have a shred of evidence. I'm daring him in your studio. Or evidence, let him put it before you right now, before you go on.
Osei,
I'm sure what has happened here, Obi. What happened? They said, Obi friend this airport, there's a place here, and then he put it out. He didn't have anything. Onishe, I'm telling you point blank to his face. Say Onishe, he can't show anything. There are 2 aircrafts. Bako a Kabok. Flight 12 BK. A flighter, a cargo plane. Almost in Luanda, Angola. Besiako, EU, an European country. They are required before they enter the EU to have specific certification. Star screening. Luanda doesn't have the facilities in Angola. It's an airport, Swiss cargo port facility. In fact, since 2017, and as I play, no, ABG is a Ghana. So they come and do it at the Swiss port cargo center before they get access to the EU. They had a problem with their engine. In the video that I put out, you saw engineers working on the engine. When you say airport officials, aviation security, and then national security, NI before, ABA create no usher their room. You saw it in the video. So why are you tolerating this waste of our time? How do you come and allege say there are drugs on the plane and yet you are not able to show anything? It's been mainly windy as we believe you. With the greatest respect, my friend, it is comical. And we should not be wasting time like that. A medical plane, no. Obi, there are videos and pictures of the landing gear. The reason why they were here to refuel. Matese, on an Amokase, I don't know refuel or Tamale. They could also have refueled in Morocco and Egypt, and they could have gone to Cyprus to refuel. What is wrong with refuel in Accra? They were here to refuel and then have their crew take a rest before they continue. In fact, they have a local airline company called Tropicana Airlines. Business. So they come here all the time. And when they landed, they saw that they had the best time. Landing gear and what so they could not move. So they brought in people with another aircraft to come and fix it. I can send you the videos and the pictures of this. Infield Photo does not have a shred of evidence. He is wasting your time. So what does it mean by I didn't speak about cocaine? Why? Does it make sense?
When I asked him this question about the video, his reaction was
when within the same time, the same security agency within the period they needed some MPs had written to the speaker and we had seen the response. I felt they are now going to write to the speaker, and it was at the same time I also said they are not interested in any investigations, but they only want to make an example of me. I have taken judicial notice of that statement.
Yeah, I see because.
Oh yes,
because your actions but that on criminality. Publication of false news.
I am going to sue Kwati Ofosu. I'm going to sue him.
I didn't hear.
No, because this threat, clear. He said that they are not interested in investigations. They only want to make an example. So it is a willful attempt to persecute, a willful attempt to cause harm, a willful attempt.
No, but those are your
please.
inferences.
These are enough evidence.
The
and it's coming from him.
Ongoing is to make an example of you.
Please don't. Obi, don't do that.
It borders on criminality.
Obi, don't do that.
Publication of false news.
Obi, don't do that. Obi Sano.
Yes.
Say, President say.
Sure.
He takes the matter seriously.
Sure.
Also, Debbie, President in the kind, but me say, comical. And I said, and you want to president, the Mikambiano, I have his authority. And one person says he takes the investigation seriously. On another breath, they say he doesn't take it seriously. And I'll be saying investigation, they are not interested, it's not necessary. But they will only make an example.
They will do it to make an example out of you.
No, so one investigation. It says that they will just want to make an example of him. It is on that you can play his words. No, please, Obi. We are
what he said.
He played it. And let me tell you.
They are all Kenyan, not just investigations.
Let me tell you.
They will do it to make an example.
I'm saying it on your show.
Yes.
Was a President Mahama and a Tanachi, and he has said, the okay be your command.
Yes.
And to say President Mahama say they are going to make an example of me.
Yes.
In team for you. I am ready. They should come and make every example they want to make. They have made the intention clear. Intolerant, highly intolerant. I've never seen any government that's intolerant. Sir, my picking intel, same intel, what they call cocaine. My picking intel, same intel, what they call MDC. Next week, I will the kind of big names NDC. I'm able bono. That is why they want to gag me.
Next week,
say a bunu kakra, and then me but next week, mebu buankasa.
The president is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Our intel briefing, I mean, for him to have responded and called for the investigations, Chesa, he sees something in there. That should be
let me tell you something.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there. In addition to president, I also speak for the president.
Absolutely.
The mini president authorization, I can never speak. So what I said yesterday, it was with the full authorization of the president. The president only said what he said, just to prove that he has no evidence to back what he said. And only he is not willing to cooperate. In fact, if he had evidence, on chair will be in front. Obi, I'm telling you, our evidence, on chair will be in front. Obi, if you have evidence of a crime, Obi can say, he would have taken the matter to the public and can a press conference national. He would have shown you evidence. The way you see in America, Obi, I'm saying the only he has no evidence. All that has happened is that Obi Freya no catch Reno. Say place will be here, you won't be see, and then he went to town. And because in the week before, NASA Intelligence Bureau for any NACOP for or NACOP, I beg your pardon, had busted Incophobia no more transporting cocaine. He thought that he could mix it in to create the impression that there was a problem when there was none. Only any shred of I'm burying him. Let him show you the evidence where he sits right now. More cameras from the studio. Let him show it to the public.
Yeah, he says the details he would provide when
he has no details.
When he's called.
I am daring him. He has no details anyway. But eventually he will be called Senator because NIB has written
to the speaker.
Only me say, I'm telling you, me, if Intim Fojo is able to show you any evidence of a cocaine or me, I will resign from government that very day.
So who say BBC ba? Not finance ministry. Say finance, ECG for the Niamaba. They are supposed to pay X amount to us. Omunibi. Yeah, mom come mom diako. But on budget allocation. See we film na fama so that I didn't anchor ho. No, bisa enu do big na na di nkomo ane kwa brown ase. Ade ayakra 5 years. Yentimanyi ni ade bia beka ho biem. Yentimanyi ni ade bia beka ho biem. Ni yentimanyi ni ade bia beka ho biem. Yentimanyi na yeti he di nkomo na nkofo odi sa abone no. Ama fa ho odi. How? what you say will be there obi wo kraka banne e call demurrage na want me o sa kra the same car ba abra unyanya sika ma say o sa kra ba na o sa ko fa ho sika akwayi nti komodie no until you be put Ghana first ni ajai amanyokuo sem na me ka agu aban na da anima se na me manya animonyam me ka agu aban fofora waba anima se na yeso e call yeso enya animonyam no emfa man Ghana ko ba bia na yeti wa mo se wakochi gold
Asempa FM
any hard currencies what is this? Agro ye nimsa enisuza. Kwachi wo he?
National speed pictures by the way.
Yeah, what she can wo he? Ana asam no wo he? Suspect no wo he? Ya arranging before court and I ending.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo menesempa de brane mamba Obi som Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa na bo Obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa na Obinie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo menesempa de brane mamba Obi som Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Asempa FM.
Obinie, Ekosiise Bonsu awon Asempa de brane mamba. Obi,
Asempa FM, Monday afternoon, the 7th day of April 2025. Check with your time. We've done 33 minutes after 2. Asempa FM Sony. Ekosiise Emre na Asaya Subi. Medin di Osei Bonsu. Ufremi obi ameje oso. I speak on behalf of a solid production team led by Dominic Kisi Yeboah, with support from Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei in Tiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omaihne Kwabena Sante, and Equia Boachewa Yadom. Omone Boya Medi Ekosiise Jumedi Ebremo. And Akwaye Juada, Edemehia Sem segment no Ebebremo, proudly sponsored by Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank Ghana, a better way, a better Africa, and a Blue Star Lotto, win big every day, and a Santike. And you may create a boy Edemehia Sem segment no Ebremo. But before that, it is sound of our time, Eba na Edikadi no Abremo, that Fontina 74 Royal Kingdom Estate. Provident Insurance, with Provident Man you're covered. Also boy, the sound of our time, Ebremo. And the Abe interviews be brave, so some of them on phone, some of them in studio. Ninyana Syntex tank, power jet batteries, Translight solar, also boy near the SA segment no Ebremo. Near the discussion segment every Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, and a Tabia Herbal, also boy near the discussion segment no Ebremo. Mama yenina yenshane. So we create and I have an interview in studio. Yene Legacy Crop Investment Center ABD and Komo. It's a Ghanaian company. They are into seedlings, into omono omofa abe for kwan so seedlings. Na omo di mekua for some of them omo export e de kwa manone e bi nso Ghana ekua for na edua ewo ha. They are doing some amazing work ewo koforidua kwan so ufri inkran koforidua Legacy Crop Improvement Center. One founder and CEO will join me in studio na meneno edinko. Do we ekua ni a, it's an interview you don't want to miss. We are live on YouTube. Oko YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM. We are streaming live on YouTube. Munshan and Somayen. Join us. Let's know where you are watching us from. Fawudin eto ani yemo udine wiase nyina ehun sa wonso o hwe Ekosiisen say it's a brand you need to be part of. In the let's know where you are watching us from, Niemfa Wudin and Trigger. Yes, I also a WhatsApp number, and we encourage you to always send your messages. Be an active listener and not a passive one. Your number is 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. Mrs. will be 0548 443 523. And no any WhatsApp number you use. And the latest development, the missing container scandal from Tema Port, which ECG, you know, the current development, the Emunsem Ebebremo. Unim say Minister set up a committee to look into the private sector participation in ECG. Sa committee na wi omajumari omo report eko. Omo make 3 recommendations. Say aban enhwe no mu implement mo baako. What are these 3 recommendations and reasons for Mama FABia anything? And aban settle on one. I say a concessionaire, single concessionaire, and I say a call for multiple concessionaire arrangements. No, and I say we want to list ECG on the stock exchange in Ghana. Now, man for enter shares a womb. What model and aban ebe use? Ni na yen komo a ye behwe ne yetimi akom. Ye wi a the big story in our country now. The flight mienu ebisa flight near miensa ebisa cocaine the womb ebisa money laundering ensem na kwakoye bebre government spokesperson akasa ewo ho enti plotter it keeps changing plot, very, very complex plot, and very interesting. In the change by the minute. In the share what is currently happening, you know, to that particular story. Nina and some way we up on so ebeshe na yetumi edi hunkomo plus some other matters. I mean the alleged raid of national security to the house of the ADC. To the former Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and also a developing story. I ebeshe di munsem. Etumi Abraham. Let's hear your thoughts on all of these issues. 0548 443 523. Osei Bonsu ni Oman hine kwabna asante atena se. Yede me hear some segment no eto amoso. Oman akwaba.
I don't know, maybe I knew we are abesi na mehwe. Yen kwala brave no. Onward Christian soldiers marching us to war.
Yes, to war.
With the cross of Jesus going on before Christ. Yeah. Christ, the royal master, leads us against the foe. Oh, wow. Forward into battle. Wow.
Onward Christian soldiers.
I see.
Yeah. Christ is leading us against the foe.
Against our enemies,
no?
You know. Yeah. So another reassurance of you not neglecting and leaving me. It doesn't matter the storm or the wave. I don't pay near way. Say the sad news is DJ Awana and our good friend, His Excellency, our former High Commissioner to India. You know,
Ambassador Sampiale.
Ambassador Sampiale. It's very unfortunate, but. Kristo mu de bia da yaka pese manya hotoso kase ne se
wo ye
mfaso de na
ye obi anso mpeso obi wu
ba se wo se eno de sabre ne so obi it doesn't there are instances where obetimi after seeing se sabre so hu se ba de a obetimi akodan ho ahwe nyame waka nyame se we de empire but nyame knows best. You know, there are few instances where ma onti asieda. You know, it's like when I lost my dad. Debi Adameka. Fina me call obi year. This weekend I me wo a year a Franco in the Ashanti.
A Franco.
Yeah. Madam for be papa free mu. Nti meti ho omo kan papa no. Yeah. Abakwase no. Meti ho na me su.
Oh.
I couldn't stop it. I was shocked.
Oh.
Na me su nti ade na se enkendi wachi a.
Say agree the
head. And it's playing out in every sphere of our life.
Yeah.
So I say teach you Ghana. Ti dem ka kire busuan say me I am feeling how the busuan will be feeling now. You know, especially and your phone you need some PL in your DJ one. I'm telling you, these are
for more money DJ one and infoni
you know?
and Edahono, Adom FM, one of legendary DJs.
In fact, Ghana and Kasa. Say no tea.
The whole country.
The deputy CEO, Abeku Santana.
Yes.
So almost moments together.
Tourism Authority.
Almost moments together, and then some more kind. And if you listen to what people are saying, you cry back to 2001 or whatever. Now it's already
legendary DJ.
Serious across the length and breadth. In fact, when make my culture say musician be any Ghana, you know.
Career.
And
I remember you only gone 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006. I remember say within that period, no, now Ghana had there. As any DJ, I want to know. Charlie, solid, true and true. It's really sad, especially for those of us here close to him. It's really sad what has happened. But say your mind, kind God knows best. And Yamina in him, we wish his family our condolences. It's not easy. I mean, for somebody like this, or a star of the family, you know, to go away in that manner, no, day. And to the family of Ambassador Sampiale, Omanun is that Sampiale has an interesting history.
This is DJ one of our originally Canada Fancy Club. Canada Fancy Club. The Dream Pinty 25th December.
Yes.
And join Canada now. Shamianko inside Tadi Canada Fancy Club. There is say baby.
Was MCU Cape Coast. And I think he became Deputy Minister of Environment.
Yo. This is DJ one of our interest and Canada Fancy Club. Canada Fancy Club. The Dream Pinty 25th December.
And first time na Nkoye and na Oko India Koye ambassador and was signed back the contested primaries but still and science one.
I think when you are stint called NPR.
Yes, National Pensions Regulatory Authority. When you are stint, and he is credited with forming the NDC Pro Forum. In the professionals I bar together in the NDC to form a forum. Now the NDC recognized Pro Forum as an official wing. It was NDC wing, it's a youth wing, women's wing, a Zongo caucus, or the Pro Forum officially the party recognizes the Pro Forum, and he is the founder, and until his death, the president of the Pro Forum. And also, Nidimbe cut down in the annals of the NDC to have given birth to a wing like that in the party. It's really sad, say, after all he did for the party to come back to power. Positions near the chair near the Kosom, Yamia Tunsa Afreno, at this time. It's really sad.
Okay, so Abusia Yakobi, Nafi, we take this opportunity to appeal to a road minister. What you should Oko Techiman rather, a Franco coin.
Okay. A Franco should be
so I'm about then Techiman.
The them from Kumasi to Techiman. I won't fast say you use to Sakwan.
I check. Always
you free Techiman neighbor.
Always I said I don't quite this time. It's worse off now. You know, the sector minister also all call rounds. What with the makers are more quarter style living I may say oh can some I'm a quarter by the chase you. We have the family we are getting me. Or think go for me. Sit down or and no say the offer year actual this second have go for almost here we almost here we say no money be back when him they wanted to use the road no temporary of I was insisting that one you can't do that without the consent of the minister. Almost informal nipa on the inconvenience. But and no almost have Bashirim Kakra. So to found the normal kiki rounds. You been a Abuja
Abuja Western region.
Oh no, but it's good. You don't know can say so a we in crunch in some. In a bisu we need the Nanya Hanover woman bia or Gigi weighing scales and scale weight the end of Kwanzaa or did you over 300 and something thousand or say or the Giacomo minister of America you know we have Omaya Emunipano no credieno asa
Assign say yendi no kurentino affect ye bi bia ye ya no ne be yi account ya bra boy ye bo nyina no say eka bia ba e ya no ana yi
nsema ye de ya no
yes ya no na yi eka
cows are trapped by their horns
by ye de ya no
by our words
it is the ma o man chichire no ekoso ye din ene ya no a yi eka ne asa dishonest ne asa ma amanyo sema tio emfasodie enim achima bua fa ya adwere so it is anema we akowo ahomaso it is only pa yemfomso okra na wo man wo ma so obeji ni mfomso atum ne yatimi asa to ya control so no obi a mema na battery so into the center
cannot hold.
It's not holding.
Things fall apart.
As a minor, the center is not holding. And come crown as I say, San come away, dear. You bet me the Bibia, ya man yourself, San come away, dear. Yan Shana Ghana, and Munyam Nini Sibre, and you know who you know, San come on Yasen. They be there, but I say, when you're in the chassis, it is, you need die a bit close to chapter 30 fresh Peter. Because presidents are setting in Nairobi. It's not in the interest of the country.
It's true.
A Sabia Yetrabiano for the past whatever years, no? I don't care about regimes, no. What we have stood for as a platform and as personalities are two important things: integrity and principle. If it was not good 22 years ago, why do we want to say it is good today?
Good now.
Whether it was not good yesterday, why do we think it is good today? How do we progress?
Yes.
Because on him, someone tina konya no muda. Now we're outsider. Over everything now you put up defense. You can't be an untia, be a defense because on him the way. I also said, ye go so you yeah, the Aswesi, ye near flat in him the Ekoso. It's not quite an Ekosa. Bibia, you put up defense. Bibia, you justify.
And we kept warning here. In some be how can when your opposition it will sound all nice, all glossy, all beautiful. But when power is handed over to you, I want to say, hey, one classic example, and one of the ministers are in this early stage show very good signs. So munye jume bi ombe ba ko ye Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. But so one would the answer wako kan.
Oh, I don't know make us say I don't know here ka say.
But that's exactly the point I'm making.
And unim it's a sad day. I don't want to believe the minister made that statement. But still, I'm struggling to believe that the minister actually made that statement that what is his interest or Ghana's interest in prosecuting.
And you're prosecuting foreigners.
Yeah, so
foreigners.
Yeah, so it is an encouragement for foreigners to come and misbehave and cause damage to our river bodies and then our forest. Now, for river gas as at now. Because one or more, we don't give a toss about them. I don't believe the minister said this. So can I say the OBS of a patcho?
Was I what people said about?
No, I'm saying
was it a Safuma?
No, Safuma. It's the same thing. A Safuma's interest is when we prosecute Aisha, whatever. What do we gain as a country? No, for that, Dinko. Namina, maybe what me chrome no. Mino de micromum rano etrimaso. No more how one of your bar. Mimi chrome man say, what one the other day, uncle. So does it mean that when I'm in the States or I'm in UK or wherever I find myself, I can go misbehaving and do whatever I want, and then the laws of the land will say that
But in this case, in Ponoman, it is not even the law because the Minister of Interior doesn't take prosecutorial decisions. The Attorney General, but when a minister no free say what he thinks now, they said the state should not be interested in prosecuting.
That's my point. This thinking should not even arise.
Especially with
it should not arise.
Position when you were in opposition.
Because
shift to this same matter.
Because what's another fine opportunity? It means the media say minister no say sample na ordinary. Na no kokotria on chain sign. Where they are the braka? I don't know whether some of these decisions are taken in consultation with the number one and as because I don't want to believe
the number one will
that
have this,
His Excellency the President of the land would have wanting to leave behind the legacy. and especially in his quest to fight this front of illegal miners. Best subscribe to the minister, Edging. Says it's all. No. Mama, sir.
That you can maybe one cast.
Because
maybe he's been
maybe out of context. Because we me the making say, well, I have to be take it easy and then maybe we'll better back again. Mr.
Because Okasar will be shocked.
Mr.
Especially what was done to Osafumafu in this country.
When people assume certain privileges by way of Ghana, lifting them to the next level of their lives, those privileges, it should be seriously guarded. And they should act as servants, not as masters who are going to lord things over us. Odi odonia okeka na osumo mind because unim say e wakoma so ade ana person de wo mu no unya akwanya ma mind who say ampa adwin papa na de buy. When you have an opportunity, don't turn into an opportunist. Because a lot of people are available for those kind of positions. In fact, mo ankasa mo nko for no kra gusu ka square pegs in round holes. So even the we've not gotten to the out, but intra
battles.
You don't have a choice than to go according to the plan of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and basically to serve Ghanaians. Because more by building the better Ghana we all want. Not what the NDC want. So if you feel that is what you want, you don't want us to criticize you, then you are dreaming of a certain NDC, not this NDC. So, before the Nam Huapaso, NDC here and here well. It has not been easy for the likes of His Excellency, the former president, the Lands Minister, Abu Jinapo, and all other sectors, Titu Duku, Duka. It has not been easy for them. And we don't fall into the category of people who are just making noise or criticizing. A fair judgment and criticism. So, Obi Pejani ne dia. Mr. Muntie no was supreme. Muntie. Today, Obi, is it not worrying that all the relevant agencies, intelligence bodies in Yunano, as we speak now, apart from the directive that the president gave that, you inform this committee, apart from saying, none of them, like aviation was about, it's a simple release from these people to tell us what they've done. Then we move on. If you have contrary information to what they've put out, then you come back. Why is Felix Kwachi the spokesman? Why? Why is Felix Kwachi?
From the Ghana say Ghana Airport Company, they manage the facility. Regulator, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, they are quiet. Agencies no manpenika so monhwehwe police CID quiet. National Intelligence Bureau quiet. IOCO quiet. Almost all the agencies are quiet. But on such a sensitive national security
me throw the entire they are quiet, you know. Let government change. This matter will come up. We will know all the culprits if they are. There are some there. So as we speak, 18 for Joe, Central for the Obo Nananom, politicians, businessmen, or be interpretation on the subject matter. And sometimes it's like, sebi. A man yourself funny be meals as if say, yeah, the enim the air crow, and school, the enim the eka, it's in 2 grand anymore, and we share, enim bibia, both parties in our beer can experts in some those relevant government acknowledged agencies. What is happening?
Well, this is true. Unless say maybe we've not sat down to look at the magnitude of the issue we are dealing with.
That I didn't see Ghana.
Yes.
Now, I didn't know raise suspicion. Say, I didn't buy, you know. Or she said, "No, maybe I caution and your papa." I can no man Cassia, we am Shabia. Do you think that we are safe? We are secured? That none of these entities. Anama the response. If you look at Nyomakra area, Kwachofu, any area, a reverend for Jaka, as our boy cross it, because I
all over the place. All over the place. Some inconsistencies here and there. All over the place. And that's why maybe I thought when the president gave the directive The first thing I was expecting was a holding statement from, if it's the National Security Coordinator and they coordinate your munina, a holding statement.
At least.
Pursuant to President directive.
Exactly.
Say.
This is the first step that we've taken. This is the committee. We'll get back to Ghanaians.
Simple.
1 month update.
Yes,
We cannot be distracted all the time by pettiness in terms of our body policy. It's painful, Obi.
Because already, no man, and we put them in Kawan already, apart from in Team for DA, you know, said there had already been some bust. $350 million, $150 million, together $500 million. We've not heard anything about them. It is based on intervention, national security, chase uncle for assume a senior benten, and are they saying, say, you could your money can say, good baby.
And I'm saying that let government change today. These institutions normally silent, you know.
Yes.
You see the releases.
Well, even if say in team for Jordan, and on fire evidence be a mind, your buyers are interested. Fine. 350 million.
No, but
only 150 million.
No, but you cannot also conclude that in team for Joe can raise alarm to this extent.
For the purpose of argument.
Yes.
Let's even say,
we should also
I'm buying interest.
We should also caution.
The 500 million.
But we should caution that all of us cannot be taken for ransom.
Yes.
There's a member of parliament, committee, no, or a ranking member, no, a chairman.
Or a ranking member.
Ranking member, Baba Kachre, say, yeah, we am saying Biano, Nyomabia Kosua, on tower. Ose, Omekanasa, I don't find the uncle. And our mind me and your body than as
oh, no, sir. We've been told the national security would invite him through the speaker. That process should go.
But the president gave a specific directive that these agencies should collaborate with him.
Sure.
That invitation from national security is contrary to the president's directive. NACOC,
yes.
NIB, National Security, CID, and other matters form a committee. Work with the said MP who has raised those allegations, and let's see how we can arrive at good conclusions or whatever.
That's the said MP should be released by Parliament, and you have to go through that process for the Speaker to release him.
Well, Obi, but
the Speaker to release.
But media make also caution the John Mahama administration that too early there's a mobile committee setting blunders. And they attempt to respond to everything that falls on the ground, you know. Maka ya no na yi account. And nese wo NDC ekua omo ka se ene yanku galamsey te say the terrorists for ekua. You can imagine what yesterday's they were saying. We can shoot to kill.
Yeah, I think it was
second or first deputy speaker. Osu. Joe Wise.
Yeah.
What have you heard?
They shoot to kill comment.
Yeah, because now it was Uchu said, "I mean, Obi, I said, I mean, Minister or can I say? I mean, because Obi, I will say, you should say quiet.
Oh, you're more than terrorists.
Oh, you're more than terrorists. Now, who terrorists are there now? Shoot to kill because Ononyawa Obeku. No, me tie yenya a Rastos. Na me tie yenya a footballer or than a political host, a fantastic presenter. Yes, yeah. I see, and you'll be there catching you. I feel you engage people outside this country. Mali, Cameroon, Niger, these areas, such areas. Can you imagine? Can you imagine these conversations? Should we be having these conversations at this point in our life? There should be access to a certain code that all these keys are trusted intelligence agencies who act accordingly. Because I am sincere more than 2 years on daily basis. On my back, if free container, if free cocaine, if free Wimshen, if free galamsey. Why? Nobody is working effectively in this country again. Because
effective work in the MS hand your money in people.
What is effective work? What has been the end result?
Okay, yeah.
And I'm saying, what has been the end result? Why are we asking for update?
$500 million.
I'm saying, what has been the update? We are lost because we don't know what is happening. We are in the dark. We are worried because this is a member of parliament, Osei Sofo Sebi, our Osei ranking member interior, our namna baby, and then you may was akase obey part 1.
Yeah, so video.
We are worried. Oko social media say Felix you have to no go count you have to now so every dada we don't have time because your hospital is your problem, education your problem, roads your problem, upbringing of our children and akwala 20 years to bobi mobile money vendors. We have a lot of issues at stake. So if we on my money now to me sad that on radio and TV, ministers say up and down but responding to all these things. And work needs to be done. You think we don't have to address these matters and just let it go? Why are institutions sleeping?
But part of the work in so they say was some more responded to in some Ekosiise.
What else when I respond?
Ministers no.
Else when I respond?
Ministers no.
Oh, there was the way they work out to be a few. The way the responsible bank over there, the eBay, and none of them is as they become with a chisa.
Remember update on the
because of Mizabra
missing container.
Yeah.
Following expose na on letters from national security to want to go and evacuate some containers. When is the following in common ID and the minister in charge of energy acte was the kind of was set a 3-member committee be so mention audit Nioma Akoson. But I also stumbled upon a letter Minister Atro Ediakoma, the National Security Coordinator. It's dated 2nd April 2025. Osei request for assistance to secure remaining ECG containers. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition expresses its appreciation to you and your team for securing 706 of the ECG containers from the Tema port to your warehouse.
Has the forensic audit been done?
No.
How do we arrive at this?
I don't know. It's because maybe the letter now you read it, mentioned 706. My warrant is that we read 2 letters.
Yeah, Mr. Minister.
Back on 240 and about 706.
Mr. Minister.
But this letter is 706.
I'm saying Mr. Minister. You see, I don't know, but
okay, my main kind now if you will comment now, but you say we express our appreciation to you and your team for securing 706 of the ECG containers from the Tema port to your warehouse. The ministry requests your outfit to secure the remaining containers pending an ongoing joint audit and investigation by appropriate authorities. We count on your cooperation. Signed, Honorable John Abdullahi Jinapo, MP, Minister. Wakopi, the Chief Director, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Director Legal, Ministry of Energy, Director Power, Ministry of Energy.
So how many containers are we talking about?
We don't know.
So
where are 706?
No, I'm saying a year from. So
in total.
ECG container, how many are we talking about?
We don't know.
Please, Obi. I don't know why we are doing this. Even with the report that you commission people to write.
Yes.
Any ECG, one has some expectation of air containers, and as a containers.
Yes.
And the report, we don't even know the containers that are for ECG.
Yeah. Figures now be brief.
So I'm wondering which ones are left. How did he arrive at those that are left?
And the whereabouts of even the 706, are they really with the
because I am of the knowledge that the minister, I think, that was going to set up or has set up a team about forensic audit.
Yes. But pending an ongoing joint audit and investigation by appropriate authorities.
The National Security Letter 706, was it copied? Was the minister copied?
No.
So, Minister Appreciation Mena Odibe. Please. The letter that was written by the National Security to GPH and
yes,
you were not copied.
All the 2 letters
you were not copied
together.
Do we conclude that it was on your blind side? Why do you come back to appreciate them for what? Because already we are going to audit even all these things. We are going to audit them. So he's doing another major mistake again because Obakako appreciate it. Has he gone there to verify? 700 at Kwana. Ekohi. All those records are going to be painting. You should have them. if he's not done those verification, no, as I control crata, we appreciate the necessity there. Asemba, man, no, I accept it. So, no, was I young from Subi?
That's a very important.
Because Obi, yet we are wondering how containers, GRA, customs, national security, NIB, all these chains of command. Now, dream say container let me a portonum. Yeah, but King can let us why I can say most of these things you are now suspecting that it was at the blind side. When you appreciate, it means you have foreknowledge. Your appreciation means that all the things that had been done, you were in the known, but you were not copied. If that is the case, why weren't you copied? Okay, maybe now they know the number of containers that belong to ECG, and they've done that auditing of the 706 and the 400 and something.
240.
Minister is convinced that the 706 and they are secured. Whatever verification will be. It is why I appreciate you. I can say.
We don't know.
It's the other one capture or let him. It means that he's on top. So I can say. They should go and secure the ECG container. What container?
The remaining.
Which the number is what? And I will be the mission.
Yeah, I think you
give me the number. Because if there are containers still at the port, ECG there. By now, Minister, you should be on top of the number of containers left. ECG for there. That is where you can align with national security. These specific containers are for ECG. But how are they going to secure it when we don't even know the quantity?
They remain in the wall. Yeah. Not remain in
not 12 no.
12.
One of our finest ministers, energy. Mr. Number 6. Mr. will be brave. The first one that came, we really realized that most of the things now we take you off into there. I check now who the but no, first fool cannot be a fool. Second fool, you don't have to dare even go there. Used advisedly, Pacho. It is Mr. On my chichiano, say a sumo sidra, as I be now for suspicion, that is send me brain now. Because all this must be you must say, whiny, it you won't say, open to my in your man enough open pips and we young from Sobi. Even a make government communications minister on Tony Boissy because who are arranging in some what can you now she see near Ubons and 7 hour cano. Do no is so. On Tony Boissy cry because on also you say on acting as spokesperson for all these intelligence bodies in there.
Sorry, a government communications minister.
And I'm saying, man, deny that. This is say all these intelligence bodies, on Kasa on their behalf. Just one man briefing.
And they
Kasa. So we take it that these intelligence bodies they've worked, and on one of them, and on their manner or Kanyasa, there'll be too much contradictions. Where contradictions start arising, then levels of suspicion and trust, should be a problem. Mr. And it's like say, every day, yeah, can say we are fighting. Galam say it's not true. It's getting out of hand.
I know when you're
make up a good yeah, Kwachaka Krumono.
I'm in Central.
Kwachaka.
Yeah, I'm in Central.
Oh. Obi. Oh, sometimes when we also give you the picture, sometimes with me, I mean, I should you up. It's you. Maybe they didn't listen to you because what Nasa, Miam pay. Now the prescription be at to her. Ubetimasa Kayas prescription be my boy. One for our prescription now, you better than Krahan say, you bet kasa because one was the excavator into chromophores. I didn't call be who cares about whatever. Yes. But what should I say? Say you per se, you too sad, you and your brain and what's apart from a buying album or that's or very regulated. A chromono, chromania additional
pillar. Find a way of letting them own the fight. Because Omunomu say a tin crime, they didn't hear you. What am I think kind of? And I want him say the man the cry deep seated. They say uko nkro so a. Enye just galamsey for no nko na complaining. So why want to say uko fight we na say omo anyi antoma. Doctors e wo ho. Nurses e wo ho. Paramedics e wo ho. Omo eton nuane, omo eyetri, omo a eton nuru. Just say because the economy of those communities revolve around the mining. In so wako wase kropon, some de wase kropon no, udi soja for ko go say omun konko to galamsey. You are joking. Oh, you are joking. Nkofo ni nyintu mu a, you are joking. Because the point is who can protect environment better than omo a? Because we insuo na ye wa ha say asay no. Say nkofo na ten wo sanom. Omo, why are they not up in arms? Say makwaida. We have to answer those fundamental questions. Say yes, I forget it. Because obi who obeti me sorry. Say who free crying. When you say who go to galamsey, who ko wurem e wa say kropon. Omo e wo ho na nya we. Ohene nya we. Assemblyman nya we, DC nya we. Opinion leaders nya we. You are joking. If they don't own this fight, na ohene ankasa memem pesua so had there. Never. And Makamesia Kabio said the only examples are a show working. Aye areas are ahemfuaka se mimi mine had there. Masa so dear never. And not the only success stories I have. Apart from that, are buying interventions from 19 kojoho. Ye the soldier fuako, ye the police fuako, ye the prison officers ako, ye the immigration fuako, ye the where obiako in Kusiaga. Masa juma.
It's the exact beam. So with the what about Yahoo, no one tricks here, you know, and your word you continue to use. If we don't own it,
if the people don't own the fight, we say adia we no, na kain. Na omunu focus ne ko ba just sikabe na a freeway mu a airboy because uko wase kropon na ene oman uwo 3-bedroom apartment and we see wase kropon na e wo kwan ho a we millionaire because a 3-bedroom apartment no China ni betimi aba be man be 20 years sika e bomba ko o de ama no waje in fact e mubu kra je apart no akosi 7-bedroom e o ba bi e de ama Inti that is how the people see say, hey, and the idea is a boy in kind for the omuye. Maybe to chromo menyeska, midday me bo kabe 20,000 Ghana will be about between me $200,000.
Take money ye.
It is a sign dependent
on Tias, yes, on Tias. The banner who you know, Sebi, then is about quite busy. On Tias, say, a damn dear neighbor.
But when you're $200,000, you understand? Inti. We should get to a level and today we start this question say man uko every major town you will concerned youth group you will tertiary student association of way you way association uko krom ho you be kwan bi na be affect no more issue statement you kwan you no more issue statement no my way krobe galamsey krobe no say concerned youth the issue statement ever
Omo you cry need be 2 seconds.
I should tell you
that it's a fight. Yes. As the call.
Yes. The people should come to the realization, say, this thing is killing us. We want to own this fight.
We need to also educate them to that extent.
Educate them to appreciate that. And yes, I forget, Nana should rise up and say, that be me man for bread. I am giving an order, say, free neko, me persuaso had dear. Say, galamsey, and see that. It will not happen. But we have those examples.
They are a part of it.
Absolutely. And yes, I aja. To our dream.
I see. It will be quickly, Mamisa, and draw our attention to one or two that may come in next issues. So now, I think, say, you can say, era at to forcing.
Yeah, Kessel at to forcing.
Yeah, Doctor.
Finance Minister.
Yeah, Finance. Why ye adibina says, son obey dia. Adiana Kawasa, son obey dia.
Okay.
Ubi, ebe farmer, you know. Ghana Funina bidi di peche.
Sir?
Because Osei, government to publish list of locally made items for mandatory procurement by the state agencies.
That's fine. That's really, really good.
Masa?
I remember, and it's not entirely a new thing.
Eba, Obi.
Under John Mahama 1, who said John Mahama cry. I read a graphic story.
Okay.
Onoani fee.
Yeah.
Local neoma or yusu onoani fee. Omomo listi ni nyina just to encourage Ghanaians
to also be part of that.
Yes. What did not happen then, even though it was stated, was to force and use the purchasing power of the state to buy made in Ghana. And that's the new thing this minister.
But that's what I'm saying. Maybe the mechanic also maybe Obi. Maybe because I was part of that broiler project.
Broiler project.
I know the benefits and and Ghana. Sebi nke force na ye kra but as in enam force na ye kra but anka ye hwan free ho a keswate kra kema ya tena ha prescribe say obi a foreign taste bia ye nsi ukwan so offer foreign taste e mo ba ko a na se sa mo no bag 2500 a na okofa Ghana de en nam 700 800 a obi an kan kire o automatically nipa di foreign rice no eso be dey e beti home. So that you are also ensuring that Ghana for no provide a more edema almost improve system now my quantity so mine bit and a bit meat
because it doesn't make sense or man say the agencies responsible of checking your CD to dollar those agencies would import everything they use abroad and come and tell us said they are working to bring
those is down the CD down.
I don't understand because how a Bank of Ghana. The primary job is to make sure you check CD to dollar. Bank of Ghana, where do you know? That's the Bank of Ghana see office. Now what office, Now everything from here to toe in that office, imported. It doesn't make sense.
Bank of Ghana, the Nippon Tango, Oko Parliament.
Yes, the Parliament of Ghana, everything in that hall imported. It doesn't make sense. The Ministry of Finance. In charge of fiscal policy in our country, Obeko Ministry of Finance, that's a office be important. It doesn't make sense. And if the minister is able to do this, now we use the purchasing power of the state. Imagine say, man, say every agency in this country, furniture now betra. Call Agou anase call Otibonsu call Eyine Kokoto Fiwa. You know what it will do to Ghana?
No, and
the jobs a bit.
I'm telling you. Nobi say there be other maminka say Jefango Krakazi supply prisons in phone in
Kokwa.
Hey, na say we dey see here Jefango be 1,000 Ghana.
And a low hanging
yes.
And sometimes it's easy to do. If the minister is able to do
I want to thank the minister and to push hard on this matter because Obi, you news stage now.
Everything we will say will be talk. It will be talk. Managing the CD and dollar, it will be talk. But where you fundamental.
Period. Fundamental. I believe that the minister truly, as I said, or you know, na offshore Sadi Widie, when you may be man that strength, no, I'm an etimi at Yabem. Obi, the next one.
Obi Busami say, Obi, how do you define made in Ghana goods?
Okay.
Labeled as made in Ghana, or Ministry of Finance will go and check the factories where the manufacturing is done. There is a loophole. Tumudaminia, we need further and better detail. I understand. Because un himself, man, the truth of the matter is say, Ebia ubetimi akwa go.
Yeah.
Ubetimi akwa Eco Plus.
Yeah.
Ubetimi akwa Bogas.
Eco Plus,
Otibons. Yeah. Na ebia nioma na ewo ho no. Even though ewo Ghana ni showroom, be imported.
Oh, enyawa. And you know, how we can check those things.
How we are checking what is made in
again,
Ghana.
let me borrow your words.
But also local.
But let me borrow your words. If we consciously and deliberately,
we can check it. We can check it.
Sabi uko otu for museum a the meme called but do showcase you abontin na no e ade a yankasa asantefo ne Ghana for ade shebi ana anwena bom no mo de asio so it can be done just that the effort edition be ada no ana e wo form it me de abase no mo pushi hard.
It should be proper made in Ghana.
Yes.
And that's how the contract na Ghana ni. No, we're importing it should be done in Ghana from a factory in Ghana employing Ghanaians.
There are a lot of akwenya bebre yesika sewo yamaburu adwuma ye afi a lot of stress levels in akwa na beba from one.
Because all the agencies bear 10 edema Eco Plus. But Otibonsu, unim so factory or Spintex Road, huge factory. Wafa young guys from technical schools or Imagine say 1 man 10 agents on supply of furniture. There's any poor before was our factory. And I think it's something that the finance minister should push younger legislation to back it. The purchasing power of the state should be used wisely to help grow local businesses. That is the least any government worth its salt should do.
Obi, so kudos to minister. Yeah, kudos to him. Again, let me catch Dominic. Greater Accra and Kanye and Uguso. We have to also push and push. Dominic say, hey, baby, here anyone. So I'm saying, Maza. Achimota Forest to Joel, who hold me in army. Ever sinko. I saw them where you. I not been a see you. Debi am come say esan say no o kan dey am for be kwapo see chira wedding. Be careful when you throw for.
And o betima case.
Metimi a case na me portable na me catch us say ahire. Ahire obi ahire ma me kra be say na assembly man be on be fix because ahire ma to even my me fear kwaso ina no. Ahire. I don't know how she's doing it, but I'm saying that why are there into on to because assume no you too na so be dan na dey bia me be catch say ECG for na motie na say be nya ECG tisa kania no enko omo tene omo na so omo yan wadwuma na ye tie dia ada na kania na
edum
yes
and the regional minister na ya
yes how do you be me no maybe dey be kasa wie na maso so this issue esa eba abim terminations and revocations it's something that
me Facebook page no
it's something that
Osei Bonsu Obi na am in time checking me chat like message way no enu na me bia na say na messages anko for dia send me no man tie ba ko say we say Obi, can you please help to advocate for civil servants being sacked from public institutions? Ghana Maritime Authority is an example. And I say they are sacking civil and public servants. Directors are also being sacked now. They promised jobs. Why don't they create jobs and employ only party foot soldiers? Or say, Director of Planning, Head of Public Relations, Deputy Director of Audit, Director of Finance, Deputy Director, MSD, Minima Decro, Director of Legal, Director of Maritime Services. All these people have been sacked at the Ghana Maritime Authority. In your attaché green letter back from signed by Callistus Mahama, termination of appointment, or say, I write to formally inform you that the President of the Republic has terminated your appointment as Director Finance of the Ghana Maritime Authority, effective immediately. The President extends his gratitude for your service to the nation. I mean, Director of Finance? Really? And the panel say a friend, also John A. J. on Facebook. And a message. And there is other messages in so baby. And I'm like, really? Director of Finance?
Obi.
But the Director of Finance is not even appointed by the President.
Let me appeal. That's a public service for the Sebi.
Yeah, but they are not appointed by the President.
It's a public service for no. We are distinct. They be a metra catch us every young man. Here's an Obi from Zonakia. Was it the worst? Say, yeah, transfer. I
mean, this is
transfer
public
so
service.
The question, therefore, is that public service now?
And your political appointee?
Is it now operating from the office?
No. I mean, the MD, the CEO, fine. Deputy MD, Deputy CEO, fine.
Obi.
But Director of Finance, Director of HR.
Mesre, the reason why CCA word they say, and General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party.
Yes.
Obama program is on the pan bibium. The comment you make here, many jinasu, my catches the man in twice was that. Say, Ghana for CS was in or whatever will be
yes.
The Ekoso. It is a baby sister, not baby bar. Why in the Benya Mura grounds to say Public Service Commission, a Juma go for or collapsing in Ano. And our pumps are
a too dangerous precedent. It's dangerous.
Avoidable. Yeah. The danger is avoidable.
Yeah.
The reason for my concern is who need Biana Yafa or Abishim at this point.
20 years time crowd.
Until we heal and heal well. By healing, we need to practice a functional democracy, not a dysfunctional democracy.
Because until we heal and heal well,
Asempa FM.
we are now headed towards a country where forever and ever, no, Ghana pass a big jan and also pray in the a crocodile Johnson, the catcher. I'm telling you, say, baby, I do know. Unfortunately for the NDC, some of the people they are kicking out, you know, unfortunately, say, most of my chap on my name, MPP NDC, unfortunately. And all the processes now on my flout in our consent chair. Who be say, a day near pay beam apart from Impuntu, Yasitem Yedi, any other, a dear pa near pay beam. I don't know, yeah, man, yourself, no. The bitterness, any feel a gabness.
Why? The extent I stretch here, dear, no.
Why?
Because it's like, say, a buying for Fraba, no, I call ECG. Yes, a general manager audit. I be a Juma 20 years as an officer. Wa rise up a general manager. Also, what dismiss no. Wako maritime. Obia woho. Aba be director HR. After be 15 years, 20 years. Was what any political appointee. Wako interview, public services interview. 15 years. Wa be director HR. Also, what permanent? How?
I don't know.
I think it's unless there be a story in no credit. But if it is true, it is true. How do you sack an officer?
No, you know what I'm even seeing? The directive from the Chief of Staff's office was specific that in furtherance of good governance,
absolutely,
engagements be after December 7th.
December 7th.
That is some way, somehow, which even I disagree.
And quite a debate, but you can let that go.
At least we catch you say certain clearances be about which are buying the form of the single spine the any papcho you do after December 7th you buy few months say
but not
if you go back
15 years 5 years 6 years
why
no and I think all it's not proper it's not proper it's not proper I think it should be challenged. It's not proper because how can the secretary to the president supposedly sign a letter dismissing director of finance for a parastatal? How? Director of finance for a parastatal? Hey, Charlie, dangerous. Because when you change the CEO, because the worst case, I mean, maybe our head office, where you say be a maritime officer, what credit, and a maritime officer, what tema, fine. But so on director of finance, director of HR, how? No, it is not proper. It is not. It is not. It cannot be proper.
And all these areas, you know,
it cannot.
Yes.
Because even before the NPP came to power, I've been there for 15 years. About them a career director. How do you let me go home?
Baby, I mean, when you are very passive, you PR or easy.
Yes. It cannot be proper. It cannot. Man, it is not. The public service, no. The MD, the CEO, deputy MD, deputy CEO, fine, you can let that slide. And put here, coterminous with the way and no crown, the Supreme Court ruling, you can debate that. But let that slide. But to bring it down to officers, directors, I mean, no. Well, no. It's too dangerous, unless you've not worked in the public service before. Jesus. But it's too dangerous a precedent. No.
Well, Obi. My minister skid the order event you know me etin and kana hachent mame enfra na dey we enfem say well senior we've been here before or kasa about auto force and doctor
okay
ishaya media me say a good when that push no? Okay also we've been here before let the government try to implement a policy to limit importation. You will have all those importers who are only interested in maximizing profits in your studios, saying all manner of things against that policy.
Yes.
What makes it worse is you in the media who fuel such anti-policies, and for fear of losing election, the government will back off. What didn't we do to Katie? As in what?
Katie Amon.
Katie Amon.
Yeah, Katie Amon. Then we made that point here before. So what happened then was not good, and it would come back to haunt all of us.
Yeah.
Omana may share messages and I may say a man for sending some very, very critical concerns. James Osei Arthur.
Okay.
Osei, boss, good afternoon. Please, can you kindly help us, the training college teachers? Please, if Honorable Kwatio Fosu can intervene on our behalf, because we are really suffering, working 8 months with staff IDs, talking about salaries, whilst our colleagues we went to the same school with are enjoying, some are really suffering, boss. We have petitioned all the institutions involved. We are yet to get any response from them. Help us, please. Osei, almost statement any newly posted teachers to Northern Region from the colleges of education without, they are without staff IDs for 8 months. Osei, appeal for urgent intervention on delayed staff IDs and salaries for newly posted teachers to the Northern Region from the colleges of education. Almost statement say, we the newly posted, this is dated 28th March 2025. We the newly posted teachers from colleges of education in the Northern Region humbly submit this letter to bring to your attention the extreme frustrations and hardships we have endured due to the delay in releasing our staff IDs and non-payment of salaries for 8 months. As the father of the region, we believe you are the only one, and there's a letter they addressed to, I think, the regional minister. We believe you are the only one who can help us resolve this issue. We were posted to the Northern Region on the 5th of July, 2024, and resumed work on the 10th of September, 2024. Despite the first batch of staff IDs being released in December 2024, 156 of us, did not receive ours. Multiple follow-ups to the Northern Regional Directorate of GES have yielded no positive results, leaving us feeling neglected and undervalued. Without our IDs, we cannot access essential services, including salary payment and official recognition as educators. Our colleagues who had their staff IDs in December are now enjoying their salaries. While we continue to suffer, we are struggling to pay utility bills, rent, and feeding expenses, and can no longer rely on our parents for financial support. We urge you to use your esteemed office to help us obtain our staff IDs within the first week of April, enabling us to be captured in April's validation. We hope for immediate and urgent action to address our concerns. Signed, Sumaila Yakubu, on-air leader, 156.
No way will be the Piaka.
Oh, no, basically, I'm sorry, I quite Northern Region.
From the word go, Nankasana.
Charlie,
now, make us say
8 months.
We have always solved the problems of this country politically. Now, say my experience will be that 6 months, 6 months, 5 months, 4 months. Beba back pay na banet muchokoba wa fifre beti tuni pedia ansana banu ntimi nkradi na ojeje nkwala honum to physical ne manema no, you know, that profession ne kwa no they be adameka doctors, nurses, teachers they be adameka. So at any when how can be they be ada say improve system they be ada say improve system no, but the system gets it keeps deteriorating.
Obesity didi Obebu student afaso sa.
Now, Messi Obi, another area mo bre pounds DC for.
DC.
Aketua.
Oh wow.
Oh, I see him when him DC for a challenge. Na am cause Huawei. You know for DC now mo bre. Oh, holy pa. Aketua. We mo mabe. Oh, that's all happen.
Mame mo Madam for ba ko abaso. Engineer Kofi Edu.
Oh, wait for.
Ahanta West.
When you're MC.
Yeah, municipal chief executive. Okay. Solid guy. Me an interview cry. Engineer Kofi.
Na okope mpiana.
Or contested primaries by when we need. Na nyame adom.
Ono
ne hona Ahanta Bruni MP no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nice lady no.
Yeah.
In Kofi Edu, engineer Kofi Edu. Formerly no Mediema Sporting Club, or director of brands and marketing.
I didn't mean him.
Oh, yeah, Unim no Kofi. Honestly, Abe MC or Hunter West.
We wish him well.
Solid.
We wish him well.
One of Pablo right hand.
Media here me say. Obi a wunya kwenya wa ban we mu na wa be gina Ghana name through His Excellency John Dramani Mam. Excel. De me here me nyina no.
Say, do what you are supposed to do.
Who you say we are? Bibi any obi mu. Ye die say we.
Sure.
So what I say, no nebe ma yina ya Ghana na ye pre no. That better Ghana we are all looking out for. And nebe ma ya kwani. So I wish everybody onya mention catch biano. They say KM omo dia mazube. Clearly,
yeah, KM so about Zube.
What they say what the bancha bon. Or you loved by the people.
Zuba no.
Yeah, King Zuba.
That's not or Boase.
No Boase.
As then
MC.
And I for Abe Kumase.
And I say obey me. Hey, that's like
no, you Kumase boy.
Yeah.
And of course, Boase could be.
Yeah. It's your no.
They're tough.
Oh no. What is all yes, street boys now? That's what I said. When get to any corner, be any challenges.
King Zuba.
Yeah, system name. And I pray, say, once I will name system, no, obey the system, no, because most of the time, no, too many bow who we are. No, a lot of things now, you can't feel the words now, acquire the food. Yeah, it may mess.
Takwade, we STM in Slomodiama, NDC parliamentary candidate. Dabi. Oh. Second day, where lawyer Feidu.
Oh yes,
on a contested
and I'm coming.
On a mama no STM. Say Panya the on oye no a chief fisherman.
Panya.
No a second day chief.
Then all come on second on a special advice on fishing issues.
Fishes to Emilia. Panya oye bruta.
Panya. Nami adbe fitness you concern ambassadorial list in me
next week.
Nipa do no masom wo bedwam Adom FM, Joy FM, Ekosiisen so. Do do na no nyame atine ni ma kire mo. They will be representing
beba ambassadorial list.
Yes, nyame atine ni ma kire mo through his excellency.
Na diaspora branches na.
Oh, din beba community bishim, but do na de nyame atine ni ma kire mo. In fact,
na hwan na ekọ Nigeria no.
Oh, say yeah.
Well, you see ambassador no be be the pie Nigeria.
Nigeria. Ade bubu na.
Nye bubu no.
And as they be ada obekwa kudi asa.
One more there. So meti say yi na omode na ekọ.
Ono na ekọ.
Ono
ana ana COVID ntomo no.
Yeah, US hono.
Ana ho.
Na so mati say yi na ekọ.
Ono no so ko. Ono o say no the aye hu ni say o ko pem so ko bo pe dey say e eza it is ono na eko u ko you ka ono na eko dia ono na eko hey obi this is I tofu BBI is fine so interesting names about me gidi say especially the obeko France no me gidi say onko na onko jina ya nemu ye me de yen mo ambassador say na konna ko jina ya nemu ye
ma omanfo ne nsem hian
ma omanfo ne nsem
me nko didi na nda onko office onko office kwa yen
yeah ma omanfo ne nsem no hian make a France
onko office
ya make a France shaggy ya yen ya
shaggy ne danso ne all our friends in Paris
na shaggy no o taxi driver na because taxi driver na what masadi abase o say shaggy no so I tell you
so when a car the your friend is saying hailing way bisa Uber ne
watch the space Paul the so onyame adom
Paul the so
onyame ebeti onyame beti ni match
wa bre
Paul
wa ye adwuma
enti shagi ya chiao that the other bre do say BNF Joe 80 production. What did they Ghana for one man so much no more. Asempa. Hey, Adani best name. Omomkaka. Okay. That's the 19th April. Oh, okay.
Well, my own said I watch you and so me copy mu Okoforidia.
Yes.
The down for Chairman Basti.
Yeah.
The papa akababy ma. Omoko na come ewo Zion School Park e Okoforidia.
Okay.
Beautiful event watene papa ni oni nu anom ayade papa ekukudam for bebre na by former vice president and in the team by MPs from Western Region, former Western Regional Minister omunyina ba be share na munyama nioma takwade for kire odo takwade for by pa inti Chairman Basti and in nu anom ayade.
Okay.
Papa
Give us some refresh our memories. Ablikuma knows is there.
Yes.
Ghana police will provide security.
No one can you.
But we are a funny country, Bao. It has gone to sleep just like that.
By its subject, a matter in court, actually. Supreme Court, and saying one of the issues are a war, and that's all court. I mean, some part of it that's all court. But I'm not too sure, say, the court processes no I stop it easy, from going ahead to declare. It's something, Charlie, some way. And it's 3 months.
I worry, no.
Still no representation. For
this political class and their you might be on way,
Charlie, some way.
I serious power.
Some way.
How do you?
Abdulkumanov still hanging.
How do you?
Still hanging. You will see. We'll see.
Well, I don't watch Dr. say, well, say has the egu, and I'm as well. I'm a housekeeper and a teacher. A housekeeper now.
Oh, but I got almost why are there?
No, teacher to me, say me, one or teacher to me.
And as I cannot confirm.
Yeah, lawyer for the
I'm for Casay, but I cannot confirm.
Oseno.
Yes, he looked like him, but I have to say, you're on one day minimum. The other thing is, one narrative, Martin said, Wajini bonus from Black Stars matches me, Coco Bobino. Oh, ja, almost a guy and I are there. Yes, you're called Campano. From Hearts, the teammate, to a more Emma football club, to a more Auroras. Yes, say, Ochen, winning bonus will be any of you.
Or Sakoche.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
are they?
Hey, team now got to Tomko, you have forgotten to Belos. I got to know you.
Oh, I got chairman players will be a. Oh, say or so
Ochedo.
Well, I'm saying, okay, Kabomua in City Terunyabe 1.7 billion OCD. So, next Canimuedu. Canimuedu.
Katie, I was your child. Was it a may have been the most of my way a funny country? Hey, Katie Abru, or Kaze, or the Tabu Beto importation of certain. I'm not sure if I was.
But if yes, had the end of that time.
I'm not sure if I was.
What the finance?
No, I don't care English, bro. For the now, say what the offer you be buy English buy reference to the case good. I was going to put it down with
Where's that Ubi? Oman is concerned about not knowing the number of containers are legitimate. It's possible the minister has the full data on the containers and the outstanding ones at the port. Just reach out to the minister for clarification. Also, not being copied in a letter does not necessarily mean the minister is not aware. What if a copy was sent to him using a cover letter? What if the letter by National Security Coordinator was pursuant to the instructions of the minister? Just clarify from the minister. Obi, Osei, how was Ernest Owusu Bempa appointed as Communications Director of Ghana Gas? Who signed his letter? That was the president. Yes, but Wefri, Madam for a lawyer, Roxanne, on Trakwa and Co. But he makes a mistake. The mistake is that Ernest Owusu Bempa, yes, I agree. It was a political appointment from the seat of government. And that is why you know, and Yabubo Abawi who said, ne party alusuno. When Ghana Gas Hobio, when he knew his position was coterminous with the one who appointed him. Ernest Owusu Bempa, completely different. His was a political appointment. The letter was issued from the presidency. That is not what we are talking about. We are talking about in Kofua. I go through Public Services Commission, Enye Juma. I rise it through the ranks as officers, Ababe directors. And you're different. For Omono, nobody issued them a statement from Jubilee House.
Okay, so
Roxy should get it completely.
So lawyer Roxy for Krasan. What's he suggesting that in the a year and
I see the only precedent. But it is a mistake because there is no point for even argument. The basis, premise near wrong. The premise is that Owusu Bempa was a political appointment.
Well,
and that's why he was
draw attention about president. Yeah, president. Yeah, Kasa San institutions where the member of mine. See, a so dia and the lawyer so mine. Yatra sir, where you say because when the NDC was they were in opposition. That
argument doesn't arise because Omua under MPP.
How do we move forward?
Omua point to Omo politically are off. Omua point to Omo politically are off.
We've taken
the people we are talking about at Maritime. They are not political appointees.
And I'm saying that we've taken too entrenched a position because you said the way I see Yatra Pampio be as on tree. Omani about you. Omani about you.
Obi, could you kindly seek clarification from the DVLA regarding the current procedure for issuing driving licenses. Specifically, why are successful applicants initially given temporary paper licenses A4 sized with the assurance that the permanent cards will be delivered within 3 months? It has come to our attention that since March 2024, many applicants have yet to receive their permanent card. However, individuals who opt for, quote, prestige services at the DVLA headquarters reportedly receive their cards within minutes. This discrepancy raises concerns about fairness and transparency. I would appreciate if you could engage the DVLA to understand the reasons behind the ongoing delay in the issuance of permanent driving license cards. Thank you.
It is a privilege banking.
Yes.
Premium
banking.
Coffee, Fanta, malt.
Yeah.
Now
That's 7 or 10 Yes.
And yet also encouraging say masses need to enjoy premium. No?
Yes.
It is also find a more softer means beer. So what I say. But I know they forever and ever no. Baby are those premiums so there. So what I know acquire. But I know say 3 months yeah the paper mom. Me drive a paper the kutano. Paper. That A4 size the paper. Issue to Bruna yes after no alcohol glass dia shim and that can. Why? Eti omo hari omo kakra. So it shouldn't take these things. Once you take details of the person, a renewal or buffer, I'm sure our system did that. It should take 3 months with technology.
Yes.
3 months and sana. Maybe a bianobi. Cananani comes. Yeah, per connection power system more.
So connection amount for
extra. That is why some way somehow no. Mess Dominic, you go for DVL again, but on the surface, no. On Goro boys, they don't mind. Maybe it's a broso. Mekwama Goro boy akubu media. May I say agents. Bra, na be register o DVL. You be more threshold, membro e be 10 cities so.
Okay.
It you bet why you bia na fe wo ya to commission na say. No problem bia. It's better to regulate their front than to allow these boys to create confusion or omuji obi people na my ira ko bebe 1 week be na confusion to kono obi no be call Goro boy no be shame na.
I think the idea behind CEO this person regulate, you know. That's good, but in Semuni Nebia Enko, I think he has to explain for people to understand what he wants
to do okay
with them.
Yeah.
Because what they understand I got, they say in regulating their front, because and then Okwa omutimi charge arbitrary charges. And they've come to stay, they are part of the system. And how then do we regulate them and say, listen, we Goro boy any negative connotation. Maybe they'll find a different name.
And then also all regulatory agents.
And then Uber register with company.
DVL agents.
Your company will be given a place to set up. Uber Timia Buan conform a fast track and also go through process, no. But charges are mobile. Now Obie who are clear. Said about insurance. Insurance brokers no uko DVL insurance brokers ne wo but mo dey regulated into want me kwa charge you sika be e broso because it's regulated. I think the same can be done for Sanko for is na etimi aboa. That's the understanding I got from guy kwa dey saying
Logos
inti maybe omrana omechiremu ye na amanfo Obi, there is no injunction on the EC regarding the declaration of Abdulmanov results. The EC is still waiting for the police to provide the needed armed security to complete the process. Lawyer Idi Mohayuddin and on the way.
There's no injunction.
Yeah, there is no injunction, and that's what I says. I'm not too sure there is an injunction. Obi, two things. It is either President John Mahama is complicit in the ransacking of the ADC's house, or he's not in charge of the country's security. It cannot be that your security officers can just wake up and ransack the home of your opponent ADC without the approval of the president. This is very, very low. Kofi Tonto and on the way up praying.
I don't know what was the reason why I'm calling.
I don't know. Reason him told you. Yeah, the reason him told you. And maybe one of the things in swear was say. A glorious birthday to Chairman Godfrey Bonsu, aka Akwadanyame, or a NDC constituency chairman or Kade constituency. Chairman Godfrey Bonsu, or a brutal, and Namuraba, and the way about the chairman. You say Suhum NDC constituency chairman, and so Richard Afasi Jifa, and they are also the birthday.
Okay, so
happy birthday.
Remind the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. So, he can eastly drive to the Eastern region.
Yes.
or Rexec Penny Honum.
Okay.
On the briefing, Obu say Egusua Ecososa.
Giddy.
CCA.
Eastern region.
Edem. Edem Suku. Upia.
Edem Suku.
Oh. Upia.
Charlie.
Oh.
So, anyways.
Tibidase.
Yeah.
Tibidase pa na. A phone so no yemi indi omachi. Phone no. Ashanti region jashishe. Asemba na akoda. Still, Yense Education Ministry say we don't want November coming again or next year June.
Issues are saying about
Yasaka see a Chankwadabe 1002.
Regional Minister also be Ashanti first.
That's another fantastic.
Beautiful
idea. Maybe other pushing. Maybe a positive. Be pushing. Be sustenance. Very very important. So that's now. Yamba a bake. No be our intimate. Me see Obi.
Me da say. Yo. Oman hene kwabena Asante de ten nkano. Oman sorry many. Dr. Amos Rutherford Azinu, or a founder and CEO of Legacy Crop Improvement Center. Yanini bedin kobo pacho brawenim brase kakra na brawenim na chia microphone ni. Aha, good. Na bibi aboko de.
Oh, cancer me hoya onso.
Adumia. Na Legacy Crop mujina mona so.
Oh, yo nyamya dumti. Yadi can find Chiama or Tiafon, and I may fast it down. I say about no mununa or radio and dance and paddy. Minimi say, oh, now, and maybe I'm maybe or how Monty as a parent in charge of Modia. As an animal bar, I don't know, my response no very fantastic. Good. So it's a good thing to come back to the house like this.
That's it. I recall said. Mama Yasote say a plea to the minister in charge of Agrek no minister no 8 me to nsa frame mo di nkomo right
nkode won say na minister no ebeji kunya no that say obeye akuafo ni na ahini nti na ye association so me da no as the president iti na ichura kata manu say pese ye be man congratulations ba ya anfa the bia obefre odi later be ko befre so oye busy bananu aye ba ha no I said how na what you ma I said
to then go by and be some few days later I'm hosting a one-on-one and I hinted him about you and of course he will reach out and I was happy say ultimately you say a year or yo and I believe the incommons was fruitful.
Oh yeah, very very fruitful. Very fruitful. It emphasis that ma on the platform. Dynamic say born no me no be nti hard and I say sanipan you will be as charge be or say born I born.
Wow. Inform more about Legacy Crop Improvement Center. Me pato moye den.
Yo, Sena, nano mebeka no, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, your C business entity. Ye produce nearby a for the Edwiano, a bro, ne soya, ne cowpea seed. And ye produce ye talk Ghana ha, ne Mali, Burkina Faso. Kenibia or Ghana ha, ye bibia, ye Toman. No, I money, ye bro. Soya and a cowpea and only seeds are for now more yeah
now can you produce what do you do more than
okay
more than ammonia seeds no
on say seed I did duane there any nya di duane no to say them difference home on say seed no there is regulated by law inti mofa or laws I say ye ediso ara regulation as say nipa diso inti your form you know yeah on say be or your friend of breeders foundation say your classes into your research farm and your foundations the and your certified seed production farmer you the yes you made the industry stages yes our machines ye di your process no say kan no in an animal bro from kwaji say wotna stadium san but nene machines or yeah better to ni nyama or kama e bia 100 bags 10,000 bags in nya be ye nti your factory yes our processing say na be ya better me meet international standard say you exporting so apart from the local sales so better me meet standard no and the nti no na technically the friend say processing
seed processing
but
for you personally na inspiration e den the kan wa e ma establish LCIC.
Oh, nya say me me fee a cry dofu. See, me frango, and so ni my island. You were between Ita Lagoon and the Gulf of Guinea. Oh, okay. It's one couple so Obakoshi Apata. Yeah. But assassin home Casacasano, a sandy soil. Into the breed be available. Ye crown a year community, I wore Ghana High, you wore irrigation facility, overhead irrigation. Okongwa, baby, irrigation never nice amount for bedroom. Because I seen a bino. Into Kitobia or Biogis. But the same community now, yes, I fear, and here does all. Maybe to university, maybe to go for 10 years from first degree, masters and PhD. Good. In the addition, I mean, problem any lack of production. Banyama equiafono and to me produce one. Nakupo bon assassin increasing. It's rather diminishing because we are competing for the same land for other factors. So what you see? In the ABA, Minanan over 10 acres. Did be a bro maybe on your 100 bucks. But ne on your access to 10 acres, maybe another 2. So, Coimben, I bet me a fast or did 2 acres, no, a bit real Bruno and Yano, multiple bucks. It may there be the abandon museum and the right seed for the job. And now, affecti. It most of the time they focus the issue of fertilizer and then Yaman. Seed no matter how much fertilizer you give, and further.
It is seed now we usually are critical.
Very, very critical. The foundation of crop production is seed, high quality seed, and never be a cake. Into one yes, papa no got fertilizer, but born will be anfa. It is what how do you see ma? To me, I can't be paid in a me one of the major Bonsu, and then in terms of drought tolerance and improve vitamin A. But last me buy because a brood they are normally a carbohydrate nutrient content, but this one we added or we biofortify it to that comes from my part of my research. To me we PhD so there be say it na we say academia there we publication we are no we we try to do a commercial part of the science that we learned from school.
And the legacy crop buy
good. If I can crowd them, yes, I can maybe a legacy because maybe you mama invest and me jacket you better than your video legacy.
Legacy is here. So, but for farmer be a OTOs is here. Yes, apart from what me who say more into seed manufacturing near the services being built and we provide them as farmers.
Okay. It's your first name, my Miss your tractor, ABR. To farmers who are around the Kiapin North municipality, so tractor and I did foot assassin. It's a be our far away there to me. As apart from that, no. Oba legacy, ebia or brobi or person, so ya be also most of the time we export soya beans. Now send a buy the tabua to so. Year crown a year, you are one of the best processing machine you can find in the continent. And West Africa, Sabrin. It enables you to clean, grade, and package that product to meet international standard. So maybe a cleaning and will be aggregator, then or person or sporting the brew, the way system of the best. I don't know if you're Samba. But to me, use system way edit cleaning. To me, I'm on grade na fine amount. Aside down say, yeah, on equipping of a forest zone. Yes. It is this April, I'm for baby blue. Harvest never see around August or September. Saturn in Soto. Nebro so sell or harvest or jaya. A pro Edwianiso. Good. Into a better harvest need the drying equipment no a dry. You say one of the things I say you have ready or you have aflatoxin, Diania Tamudi, a cosy cancer. The system now or I bet me be a small pharmacy states now farmers now more around us no.
Oh, okay. In terms of more impact as a company, no, ubetimi a painting picture no at their train. Ma for how many years?
November we were 10 years.
Oh, really? 10 years. This November.
Yeah. First November 10
for long.
10 years.
Into more impact, real impact. Then what can you say about more impact?
Well, Obisamia. First one by year last year, he experienced 8 weeks of drought.
Yes.
Yes. One of the seas are surviving legacy 26. You producing.
And the surviving drought.
Yeah, and surviving. Even though the performance is exactly 100%, and I expect no.
But at least
farmers no amboka. and I
a brewer na
a brewer be ha you some walk out seed nya mrant and friend gobeno you want the seed no and no 2 months no harvest it in the areas where there was short duration of rainfall. That is the best crop to feed to that kind of a system. Second issue is that over the years, no, my local seed business, no, it met me a legacy crown only local company. We are focused on putting the Ghana seed industry in the global platform. Send a bear also you made the investment. Yes, but you to me, boss, you made the Derua, I'm for anti invest. It may sure said there's any local seed company or Kruma or to me board Deru, a year de desena share legacy.
Yeah, it's a legacy.
And yet the but just to also agriculture, people has a negative perception about it. So you need to erase that kind of perception. So you get the right kind of investment, right kind of skills in the space.
In the space. Well, that's some really good impact. Over the last almost 10 years, no. Major challenges past a company
challenge in the I am say is lack of government involvement in the space
in the seed manufacturing space.
On say you see loan before you be establish legacy no. Na first no foundation seed production na buy na ye.
Okay.
Private company bi ani ho a obetimi ya isa adwuma no. O ya is etiamra. In 2010 and I dey mra foforo ba to me allow private sector participation.
Okay.
But 5 years down the lane, no be any the legacy buy. Good. Now then, be a buy crack abano. The notion say, oh, a bini kruma.
Yes.
Good. If you don't have a local content law to protect local investments, you are demotivating people who are struggling on their own to start up the system. Mami children was here. Also, see, I buy or see over here Feed Ghana project. If you that project in seed neighbor foundation for it.
Yeah.
Good. Now we go see a minister. Okay, say oh, or buy no. You need tangwana inya no HSA a man hope because buy no all the briefing or receiving is there were no local seed production. Or abandon that is okra.
Really?
Sana on the minister na catch me buana or buana me bua. Inti osi inti o say you build this local system on procurement economy. And what it is local personnel or yeah the kakra no. Of course the truth of the matter is that the local people may not be able to meet
the demand.
Yeah, and that's a fact. Good. But before you be crave if you be abano, just say you nyawo
and we have to exhaust local one no. Sani ya crave.
Sir. Yeah, it abai they have this inordinate taste for foreign goods. Oh yes, you are starving the local people at the back of it. Next, I'm out for investment. No, they will not be much. It's been a
we are hoping, sir, based on my engagement with the minister, no, that there will be a paradigm shift.
Yeah. Also, India. I'm more example back. In 17, no more actually me say, na American companies in the bar India by seed production. What I buy here say, company be and we need a local content. We need a local partner.
Yes.
Send a buyer a base or China. Oh, you're watching so when you're human biwa. There will be a transfer of knowledge, technologies, send a buyer, look as no better to me our continue. But yeah, yet system no. Sir, Omoba is a Omoyatonaton. Or the fee baby,
but the seats never.
But no, but or we are capital fright or Chinese Sika or the cock. And also can you see the no? I say, want to mean 90.
Until this year being more 10th year, no. What's next for legacy? And then new maybe more debana.
Yes, so this year say the new portfolio now product Ebekaye portfolio and that's vegetable seeds.
Oh, okay.
So okra, chili pepper, and onion.
The seeds.
The seed no locally. Send a year brune soya beans cowpea no. Vegetable seeds no.
And a chili pepper. Any onion.
Jenny.
Na Jenny the seeds need do.
The seeds need do. Na banana is a carrot very very tiny.
Oh, okay.
And now working and then this year for the DBT. Into you bet me sa industry no more than $500 million industry and true.
The seed industry around the world.
No, Okruma.
Oh, in Ghana alone.
Yeah.
That's massive.
Yeah.
It is some of your seeds, no. Mali for any way for you now be Tobico.
Brunei beans in the come Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, and Liberia.
no mo nyina di ho dance here
say enya once na yitom into every year bia once they keep on coming and you are getting new customers in that tells you that somebody is getting benefit and now also we have known that omodi are dancing into o use na year obi abasa obi fufro. Yes.
It is a obit you know interested or per se or no be ye adwuma person about 2 seats bi wo mo ho and more contact information here there here na more.
Okay, so your what line 0257 431809.
Okay.
0257 431809. And now what to me I call your website www.legacycrop.com.
legacycrop.com.
Ovia chino kwa so oba otariso. Odi ye find so
otariso. That should be Kofori dia kwan so.
Kofori dia kwan so. Odi oni chiro Kofori ofa eburu kwan na. After Adoso Market, just about 5 minutes drive over we say Legacy Square. Our Krubi our kwan where your friend otariso. Wa wodu ha na factory. Wow. Yo anyo.
Enti mu amuye interest especially we kwieni we agri business entrepreneur. You play a role in the agri value chain. Ope seats papa dua be ma result yield ope na won so wetimi aton when yeska you know where to go. Legacy Crop Improvement Center omo number na 0257 431809 0257 431809. Ebia bibi wo ho na pe wadwen mu nchadant na wo papa ope further explanations me part of free 0257 431809. Doc, o final message I would eject for 8 year and especially about the future of agri in Ghana. And now we have a ministry in charge of agribusiness and it's what's the future like, me pacho?
Nia mami me divide into two portion. Nia me di my pen for no say. Ye pese on my way to point. If we are able to unlock the potential of agriculture, everything will fall in place for us. Until we do that, and I will say, to be a criticize Kusibu Numa na Namo Kokosum. Adibakua, Miss Rook Dachi, Sebemayas and call back to that slave and your food. Because when you control what people eat, you control their destiny. Mami fancy.
It's true. It's true. When you control what people eat, you control their destiny. That's really powerful. And Dr. Amos Rutherford Azinu and our founder CEO of Legacy Crop Improvement Center said he can open seeds, a bro, cowpea, and the next one here a bro cowpea and soya, a bro maize, cowpea. And cowpea ni beans.
I know gobe. Gobe. Yeah.
And the beans white akakakakakra no.
Some beans are different classes.
Yeah, different classes.
Cowpea.
We need a cowpea. And also, no, all the gari goose we are the pa. If you got to meet without oil. Yeah, without oil.
I'm more like a food security. Yeah, you take grass and you see, I don't know.
It's now hot.
And you're hearing so.
In Charlie, it open cowpea, open maize, and a soya, seeds, papa, udia, a so ankasa, a so doso, Emma Utimi Icha. You need to speak to them. Wakasa this year, they are venturing into vegetable seeds, chili pepper seeds, and onion seeds. I know so ebeba. Omo number ni bi 0257 431809. Yedi AC yentie we emra ye ba. Ye be kwa man so akwa akodi nkomo. Na there is a story. Nigerian businessman arrested near Jubilee House for blocking apartment entrance with armed men. Nigerian businessman arrested near Jubilee House for blocking apartment entrance with armed men. Hey, nanipa no nsradi a Jubilee House. Yeba yebedi hunkomo. Very interesting developing story. Yentie we mra yeba yekasa.
Deep pepper perco, not deep perco. Africa green tea. Hey, say dear, what's the African queen mackerel yas papa?
Now why non pay the pa? You are what you eat oh. And it's a water mackerel I would do near. Now what to papa no preco? Africa queen mackerel. The way show no keke. No pankwa.
Nikunu say, oh sorry ate. Oh see fua, me say honey. Oh say that means so much said. Okay. Yes, Africa cream mackerel tea. Number one necessary. Tomato sauce, papa so nego. And this what ye diano. And make your taste extra. Oh, top papa no prepo. Africa cream mackerel. Shower no mukeke. Now pampoa. Every year, you didn't have to yato.
When it's your answer, download the 1xBet app no Google Play Store and our App Store. Nefia se dinkunim enya. Agodia eye nijem pimpim chen. Fago no watinka. Ene will lack no bra 1xBet so. Use the promo code APPR. No for bonus no chebi. 1xBet. Agro tintin buying. Gambling when you true. Inti chama washe ye. Enya mawa one dim fie do watch. Gaming Commission agent kratu yatu.
Na science dia kesi agana fodi o power jet battery hono ye no kware o fisa me to me kai ma se battery be ye de wo ko se me discover power jet battery what me kai nya me si kwa mu bi me ni battery issue to kwanta pa ye o enti se dia me power jet battery ambassador me mo na nkofo ka kwa so ma me jump o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba omo Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road Felmo 0208090789 and 0242314774. Obenya binso ashama kuwana so Ochinenti Enterprise. Afi battery shop biya waboso kan kumase Kwame Choba Enterprise pampaso and na battery shop biya waswame mazi amako Macro Junction every kaswa ko Winneba Junction Swedro Magazine takwa de Jasemba biya Power Jet Battery Day Power Jet Car Batteries on Punta Day. Ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba, welcome to Santike, your number one male and female quality leather slippers and sandals blog. Looking for something unique? We have a carefully crafted wide variety of designs you won't find anywhere else.
Wow.
Santike! Feel the difference with our finest materials and attention to detail from our team of skilled artisans, ensuring that every pair is made to your specification. Gift yourself or a loved one with our handmade leather slippers and sandals. Not just a luxury, but an investment in your comfort and style. Arune Pankasa, Nanswade Panetone. Order yours online now at santikeonline.com. You can call or WhatsApp us on 057-268-3529. We are located at Obodoy Street, New Achimota, Santike. We bring luxury.
Fate has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. From the streets to a life of luxury, but not without a price. Truth unfolds about his missing identity and stolen fortune of his biological father. Watch House of Clue, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Clue, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Akwaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yesterday with you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract announce so say. Never na and quadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What Jane won't say.
The contract and one nimniako. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye, rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and one can as some Ghana for.
And can you say I no more dear in so a boy
near the Fudiachi, Nanko Toddy Bonnet net Sundachi. Fred 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fred rocksters, no one chowing to
Ghana Fue Franco. Esa the electrical appliances for just washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, any dog clear. I bet you know that. Seba mobile phones, these are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in our binya the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabata be a benwo, name of head office, a water braka, one in Roxy Cinema, Nedian friend 0246 422 338 in a 055 5939 311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if
Gasaba. Iwusia efri eja ni jebidie mu enye mayopo mu den te se cigarette nom. Ebetumi ama yen akomayare stroke. Ena daachi bi ebetumi ahayeni. Yena nanom. Enanom yenu ama. Eyirenom emerema eduane no afo. Ni obiara oda so di jebidie nu eduane. Momma yen sesanko LPG gas. National Petroleum Authority ni inko aka bom the cylinder recirculation model aba said the ebema obiaransa ka gas wo bebia se wo cylinder ana se wo ni bi ka yen CRM anamontuo ne ho eno ane se wo beko bebia yesesa cylinder no ti asika ka krebi na je cylinder ya hye ne ma ana sesa wo cylinder na gas ni mu no ye behwe se bibia nto chima se ye bisa mo se mo wo gas afi die gas abo Gasaba. In Kaiboy Free National Petroleum Authority, any Ministry of Energy.
Intimi kwami bampo penny. Market ya enye insupa. Na yesta ibisano. Anton swa bobu. Esan se mi packet ye miensape. Mini thank you. Emom do fo bia do me. Wa bombo se se mi kope tank into. Na drain tank na meta min high Syntex tank drain na echepa Syntex tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre Syntex tank na face so uni my favorite color no tank ben ne betima ya mamie Syntex tank obia se Syntex tank case close triple tank hwede ya twro eye SINTEX Syntex tank na eni na bebie Syntex tank eye strong eye tough.
Fate has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. From the streets to a life of luxury, but not without a price. Truth unfolds about his missing identity and stolen fortune of his biological father. Watch House of Clue, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Clue, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Babia UEFA Champions League na do there. What been a born in your on the 8th and the 9th of April, a quarter-final first leg. Now the headquarters of Ghana Sports, Asempa 94.7 FM, and our #1 radio station at 106.3 FM. Live commentary no show. Tuesday, 8th April, Shaiwa Dabraka, Bermuda Lounge. Lounge, opposite the Anglican Church. Arsenal versus Real Madrid. Bermuda Lounge. And one year the live comment to be February 7 p.m. sharp. Afi, at Wednesday 9 February. Barcelona versus Dortmund. Yeti Bonsu. Damkwa second. This is Africa Pop. 7 p.m. And back to back. Kayo live commentary. Arsenal versus Real Madrid. Yeti Brow our Bermuda Lounge at Abraka. Barcelona versus Dortmund. And also Yeti Brow from This is Africa Pop. Osubra. My Asian friend on giant screen. Go so some family have to representatives thing next Musa Bilaba. Eti Malaysia. UEFA Champions League. Quarterfinal first leg.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, biba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, ekosisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa de mamba. Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no ma ye na ase ne yema munyina akwaba emfa momra Asempa FM. So medical catcher mo say there is a story we'll be following up on, a story a free Jubilee House area ho na My Joy Online, citynewsroom.com, all the major portals na air reported Nigerian businessman arrested near Jubilee House for blocking apartment entrance with armed men. Osei national security operatives in a joint operation with the police and military led by Richard Jakpa and the Deputy Director of Operations at the Presidency, Mustafa Gbande, have arrested a Nigerian businessman named Ben Peters at the Aurora apartment in Kanda near the Jubilee House. The businessman, along with some unidentified armed men, had reportedly blocked the entrance to the residential facility with his vehicles, denying access to other occupants of the apartment complex. The police have since arrested Mr. Peters, along with some individuals close to him, and his vehicles have been seized by national security. Commenting on the operation, Mustafa Gbande said he has blocked the place such that no individual can go in or come out. Nobody can come into our country and take our people to ransom. It is illegal and unlawful. This cannot be done in Nigeria and certainly not in this country. Unquote. In the Mekwa Homanesona Yedin Komafasa story we Deputy Director of Operations at the Presidency, Mustafa Gbande, or signed Deputy General Secretary ma NDC. Mustafa Kwaba na pom te saying Bibia Boko dear. Na how did story way come to notice? A man for a apartment a report ma mo anase omo reported to the police na police Ephraim which is which me pacho.
Yo, I'm sir, and I pay there was a change of guard over Jubilee House. Even the middle office, and I'm a boss, there's a distress call. Our apartment now, Ubudino, which is just about 800 meters from the Jubilee House.
Asempa FM.
Now, the distress call, so will be a block the entire building, access in or out. So we call on the police to dispatch men. Omudu Hona individual, young men numbering initially about 40. Omo take you over the place. Omo share black suit. inner shirt white. Omo dress ya omo to say the national security for dress no. And my check indicated that they are not from national security. When we questioned them why they blocked the entrance, omo boss next woman block. Omo boss there one year. Benedict Peters. Can you unblock the place to give access to other occupants? Diplomats near the Adim Penifam, nobody can get access. And you're calling for reinforcement. The boys will not agree for anybody to even move the vehicles because we had called for a towing car from the police to come and help clear off the entrance. The boys will not agree. That was when we called for reinforcement with a joint military and police to come in. They sacked the individuals, cleared the route, and then we went after Benedict Peters. We were told that anybody who came up to arrest him will be shot at. That was when we became alarmed. All the officers there, so we decided to mount search to get him at one of the apartments and arrested him. Now, when we descended, we found out that he had a number of sophisticated SUVs, numbering about 20 to 30, under the apartment, with a police motorcade parked there without a number plate, or a motorcade that looked like the police motorcade. Now, he also, with the young men he was using, were using pickups and some Land Cruisers having sirens and floodlights on them. You all know that in this country, the use of sirens and floodlights are restricted by law. Number two, you cannot and could not have had the permission to use a police motorcade and such that one is even parked under your residence. Number three, you can only run an organized security in this country when you are permitted by the Minister of Interior. This young man didn't have it. So on what basis did he get these number of individuals and young men, train them, dress them, or give them suit and white inner to all be wearing for his personal use? When we asked what the problem was, he said that the managers of the apartment, he had a couple of the apartment, they refused to give him a number of access keys to be able to access the staircase or the floors of all his apartments. That is the only reason why a foreigner, a businessman, would have to block an entrance to a commercial apartment, inconveniencing other citizens, including himself. And these happen right within the catchment of the Jubilee House.
But the other thing, Mustafa, I mean, Kayomua, 8 years, say, Upese who video of what happened, and there Mustafa Kanwasemna, Uba YouTube, Obe Channel 1 TV News, Adaroma, Inti, Yensaka video na ya there too. In live stream, so whatever happened. More munim sa apartment, no. I think a friend is saying, or more Villaggio for an apartment. I wore that area. As they say, Aurora, so say Aurora apartment. A Honas Asemi is here. But Mustafa, I was saying more call, the supposed Nigerian businessman, no, or no for the security form address black and white.
I'm not dressed to set national security.
I was not there back was a 40.
Me say they are more. Yet 2 of be move. Yes.
Enti omunyina maswa omunyina.
Ya che wo mu bi ebi mo so dwane ya che bebre no a de o manko police station.
Na Benjamin Peters was hwan no we.
Yeah, they no police station. So on statement.
Na no say assembly no ko block entrance no.
Osei apartment for no nene wo problem. What is the problem? Onunu wo about 8 apartments. Na they gave him only 1 key accessing the building. and he needed more keys. And the management told him that Israelis were doing the keys, so he is alarmed. I mean, should we sit in a country allow this nonsense to happen?
And no one or they call block here.
No. This is the same guy, President Akufo-Addo, who used to know at the J COVID Kawamukumuha 80. This is the same guy. Kumuha and Penifua almost can be born in the Tiamano at the expense of the ordinary Ghanaian. That is why the country continues to sink. If a foreigner can come into the country to display this level of impunity and power against even diplomats who are living at a particular place, I think that we shouldn't countenance with this level of indiscipline. This is not about politics. This is clear misconduct. People who take our laws for granted, they think that, say you do the emuhano, or say, Odipa Baba Batunutu. So I went there myself. You do what you are transmitting Kasa. Obia, what the Bonnie saying? Why never transfer Manakasa?
Na Obia, what threatens Obia or Batunutu and Auko Ura demo?
Yes, it is true.
Now she bulletproof, Anna.
Yes, I miss road to you. Obia catch us a miss road to Yana. Obia the Bonnie, I will sit you. Obia knows road to you.
What you?
Me say, Obia knows road to you. I mean, you can't do such a thing and think that you again have the right to threaten. It doesn't matter if you are the president. You can't do that. You can't do that. Because we have cheated ourselves so much. Everybody takes us for granted. And this started under President Akufo-Addo. Papa COVID this man.
But Mustafa, don't you think, sir, we introduce you bank anymore? It will then destroy an otherwise very good exercise.
It won't destroy because otherwise, Obi, why would you go to a property which is commercial in nature? You are not the only one living on the property. Then you go and block entrance with about 10 vehicles. So these are not matters that can be distorted. It's wrong, and the law should take its course.
Very well. Inti, share how the police will proceed with Sadie.
I want to trust that the police will do the right thing.
Very well. And I hope, sir, Omuewo apartment Nimono Sisi, they are all okay, right? Access.
Oh, in fact, there was a team. In fact, the regional commander followed up. He got there. They made sure that some skeletal men were left to ensure that at least residents could feel at ease and all of that. The problem being
operations. We're one director of operations at National Security in the Koye.
No, we could be not national security home, but the escalation in Nama will be about home.
Oh, intimacy. Jakba hobby.
About hobby.
Okay.
About hobby, but you want to take part in anything. Anna. Obia and Fanning Stanka Papano announced in the BBR because the exercise was to arrest the individual. It was not to search anything or any other matter. So that was what exactly happened.
Mustafa Gbande, ma yena sinti munko so amo adwuma bibia na yebese di nkomo bio. Why?
Oh, Benjamin Shira.
Yeah, that's it. Mustafa Gbande, Deputy Director of Operations at Ghana's Presidency, which is the Jubilee House, and Mutesi Aneno AD and Komo. 34 minutes after 4. Asempa FM so eni Ekosiisen dwumedie and our Sugusua utie no. And yebenya impanyifo ewo studio ha. In fact, mienu ababe kansa dada Atik Mohammed Atnase and yehu papa ya cheyi Kamal Dean Abdullah ene oye is oye your excellency ana your excellency Kamal Dean Abdullah
Kamal Dean
enti ene Kamal Dean Abdullah be cancer Atik Mohammed oye hwe nim say acting CEO of the NEIP Eric Ejay enso be kan yan hu studio ha na afei omaboa yan me en nsem go apono so ye bedi ni nyina ho nkomo ene awie ma men kanfo Blue Star Lotto ema mo amutie me pa chaw omo 2 games ye Blue Star Diamond and a Blue Star Gold na ye in lottery no ye the ama retailers in communities in the machines ye the ma LMCs na LMCs na che e the ama retailers in the wo machine ya connect POS ediama printer so wo ho na phones wo nti wo kwa retail no betime twa ma no wa print wo ticket ediama wo ho a uwini asa ticket na wo de ba beje wo winnings no and amanfo wini brutal Blue Star Lotto you know they wo kwa ka che won say wo se wutwa either the Blue Star 590 Diamond and that's a gold game no ebi utwa ya print wo ticket di ama wo kama na uwini a wo de aba say wo mpesa approach ni so obetimi atwa ewo yen website me kire bluestarlotto.com bluestarlotto.com we try ewo and also betima download the app and so from the same website now the app no etwa it's fantastic menka enada so person only yen adwuma as a retailer ubetimi a friend number 0201 670 695 na unsunya adwuma eye 0201 670 695 frewon say obesa woni Blue Star Lotto eye adwuma ombema adwuma ye kama na unso abe retailer na watcha yen games ni be diama omanfo we deliver instant payment and our games are rated 18 and above. Blue Star Lotto, win big every day. Obapa product and so ebi Africa Queen Mackerel announce the tune woman so kama o de jollof en kwan abomu ja esewere en sa o katre Obapa sardine nso ekwa ho ene ye wo Obapa tomato paste ni nyina eye kama pa o pedodo atu a fre 0302 668357 Obapa tomato paste wara wo be check ye de no easy to open no hia 10 kata ene sekan bia na ona o sen no Ecobank nso se yemfa asem de yentomanim se suka ho kwa atwe ma wo na wo pe number bia wo be frɛ edi enya sika star 770 hash star 770 hash eno the new money emergency number in town into unim fire emergency number unim police emergency number unim medical emergency number by money emergency a ho kire wani ya na opeska number be na obefre star 770 hash I take Mohammed Bekunepa anyway so there but me num ne kakra na I take the ono I take a big man I take
ahamum ye asemi ahaishu
choices easy it is a
his record has not been long
yeah the recording and but how can say show
maybe I don't know how do you cry the issue no but diplomas are always in
air condition papa be from car to office to a fee
I hope 5 horsepower it's 45 degrees
Charlie it is star 770 hash you call that number and Ecobank will come to your rescue. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. There is good news, and so at least in the spirit of ye procure, ye to, ye di, made in Ghana. May come for Santike, leather slippers and sandals brand, local. Now show mu designs now, solid. Santike, omoye bespoke leather slippers and sandals. Each pair is carefully crafted with the finest materials and attention to detail. We have a team of very skilled artisans and they take pride in their work, ensuring that every pair is unique and made for your style and comfort, made according to your specifications. In the mention so from the moment you slip them on, you feel the difference. Ain't Santike, SANTEKAY, Santike. So obesha slippers, obesha sandals, leather dear pa dear, ja, maunsa enka Santike brand, ye leather slippers, any sandals, no, eseweni and so we bring luxury to your feet. You can order online, santikeonline.com. Santikeonline.com. Ubit ma fraying, and as I was sending a WhatsApp message on 0572 683529. 0572 683529. Oko Obodoy Street, and we new Achimota, and on your showroom Kasiepa ewo Santike. Omo brutal into monshans na money won any juma. Your Excellency Kamal Dean Abdullahi, akwa better saying.
Oh, me will be. Me who papa. Now say.
Bibi aboko.
Well, the down I say that already as I said.
Yes.
Yeah, you won't come.
Yes.
Na yes I wapu mudi so. No ne hu hia. The academy near already try to say ebe odian. Whether you like it or not. And whether someone likes it or not, ebe odian. So we will have to work. Osei. Everything is well, and we thank Almighty Allah for His favors and His mercies.
Yeah, then I may say, now to say officially, what is Saudi Arabia ba?
Oh, da.
You've been recalled.
Yes, yeah, of course. Once a political appointment there.
Yeah.
And now by now, and she share na.
But official letter say I recall.
No, that's what is done. I mean, before elections, usually the foreign minister will write to all political appointees. In my case, I was a political diplomat.
Okay.
The consul generals and then of course the ambassadors. Some of them,
they are career.
Yeah, you can have career diplomats, and you may have also political diplomats. Or more president appoint to your political diplomats. No mono. Almost 10 no ne president in the contaminants. Time
and now was Saudi Arabia as what? Now
as a consul general.
Now a consul general
in Jeddah.
Just
like we have, the ambassador,
yes,
and we have the consulate. So the embassy is in Riyadh and the consulate is in Jeddah.
Yeah. Okay.
What do I say? Okay. So in Jeddah, most countries have their embassies in Riyadh, where the ambassador is residing. Okay. And of course, as jurisdictional, he has his jurisdiction there. Then the consul general also is deemed to be the ambassador within that jurisdiction.
The Jeddah, no?
Yeah, the Jeddah. So he also runs the same consulate, or he runs a mission as it were.
Okay.
So in the case of Ghana, no, ye consulate no ne mission no in Riyadh are together. Okay. Because the mission in Riyadh oversees the affairs of the consulate as it were. Yeah, however, Vienna Convention now, the host authorities also recognize the consulate as a mission. Separate. Okay. But some other countries like Nigeria's embassy in Riyadh is different from their consulate.
Oh, okay.
The consulate in Jeddah is autonomous.
Yes.
Just as the mission in Riyadh is also autonomous.
Oh, okay.
The jurisdiction now is Tabuk, Medina, Makkah, and the other areas. Those Jeddah and all that are under the consulate.
Oh, okay.
And the BBC ambassador in Bakrana, they won't listen.
Oh, okay.
Unless the consul general no here.
But the ambassador will oversight.
Absolutely. And it's a citizen be Ghanaian citizen be ethics within the jurisdiction of Riyadh. That's our problem here. The mission in Riyadh will deal with it.
Okay.
And as a Ghanaian citizen, so Jeddah, no one your problem within that environment, sir.
The consulate will deal with that.
Yeah.
Into Jeddah, that's Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Into local team and now supporting Saudi Arabia. Al Nasri,
obviously, Al Nasri is the most popular. They are in Jeddah, but mostly in Riyadh now.
games.
Matches. Yeah. I want to know Ronaldo one. You don't share on match.
Once we need time. It's time.
O material when Saudi Arabia na auto na.
Hey. No, maybe obi say idea. Maybe o ko idea. Ghana haya na me to. Ghana haya me to be. Ghana haya.
So what?
A unique material.
Made in Saudi, but in Ghana. Because we're certainly not made in Ghana.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really the quality. So
the quality is diplomatic level quality. Diplomatic level quality.
Yeah, India na say ana gambaga.
We dey slim
gambaga minia krum.
Yeah, if enough.
Yeah, but we not cross.
Enough this one can upper west why is enough. Bulga is not.
How's the quality?
Yeah, and when the quality comes from quality smokes they say
quality power. Very
quality.
Wow, it's Akwaba. Kamal welcome back to our studio.
Thank you so much.
Mr.
Papa. Now I'm with you, obviously, when you say that's nostalgia there, you go through it into what and be a then of course Ghana. Yeah. But you see, me buy before election no now. You go to a bar after that now. Yankupon ka say MPP. Monsa go to the field. Mountain China, yenhwe say near NDC so be buy am. And then exactly 3 months. You to Obama His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Yes, swear into
yes, swear. You to Obama on December now. Swear in. 3 months no be samia. Well, Obimbeka say it's too early in the day to assess.
Yes.
Na Ebimunso Beka say 1 day crown.
Enough.
Enough. Because the 2 minutes because each day be a taxes and I'm a boy.
Yes.
Each day be answer so. And each month be answer so 2 hours. And to me can say what about 3 months there time and call and change 2 hours. And to a juma wire there at least obviously obey no bit my now the negatives also follow. Yeah, as I said first 3 months in there, I'm saying maybe there where I have so much worry. The seeming insecurity and the fear country we are putting, into people. You see, no, I know. I did back home.
Position.
The
privilege.
You see, I just said what you kwala.
Yes.
So what you kwala. Those days, no many of the obehu ukoma karanta. You see, yambu akwala na onsu ade. Ne akopekin. Oh. You be shina sa. Is it a bit too baby no? Na kwa na yeden.
Used to beat.
Why used to beat it? Inti additional crowd kasa wonsu ano. Unti misu. Inti na yede emra echichire oman. Yede emra eforme oman.
Yes.
Inti obana say yede tumi mawa. Famra kwan so. Se be ya obia the respect ebu ebema. Na say kodu baby na so bi fi say, "Oh, ya bra wo kra yin na yemra out." Obia ba out a wan hwe na akwahaye. Ti me mesre say first 3 months no. Bebia me fi say enkoyie any say yeah you see security aspect na yenye ne yi. Go say okoti say yes sa security has na ho abansem. Ya anye analysis ne yi. Ye free honoma obia ko ready obi fie ye free honoma ebi mo say there be a whole lot of issues and I think it's too early in the day to have such things or such issues happening. More so, Yakochibe $350 million worth of cocaine. Good news for us because, of course, to have busted it, good. However, now they are hujma. Now so bimako jina court, bimako SC, indeed, there's a confidence reposed in you, is sin. And yes, sir, you could do baby na yentimi answer so we man year. Of course, now I get it out of hand. Never higher.
Mate, Kamaldin here does. Papa Ansana Atik. There is a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, dated 7th April, which is today. The Ambassador of the United States of America, Her Excellency Virginia Palmer, today honored an invitation from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, to discuss the imposition of 10% tariff by the United States of America on Ghana, effective 5th April 2025. The Deputy Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Honorable Samson Ahi, and other officials from his ministry joined the meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The U.S. ambassador indicated that the tariff did not maliciously target Ghana, but was intended to address the significant trade imbalances between the US of A and its partners such as Ghana. The ambassador, however, informed that the tariff is being imposed pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977, IEEPA. She further intimated that a 10% tariff imposition exempts some product like oil and gas and energy-related product that Ghana exports to the US of A. It emerged that product exported under the African Growth and Opportunities Act, AGOA, initiative are affected. The meeting additionally discussed the possible exemption of other sectors, particularly with cocoa and garment. Both sides agreed to work together to mitigate challenges, including potential job losses. The Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Agribusiness and Industry would continue to engage the USA authorities on how to mitigate and alleviate the effect of the tariff on Ghanaian businesses and the Ghanaian economy generally through bilateral and diplomatic means. Ghana and the US of A affirmed their strong and cordial relations. And this is stamped, Ministry of Foreign Affairs stamp in the Sisu Bain to all media houses. Atika kwa bete saying
Yamadumo Obin. Nedi Kama Mincha and Mincha iti for you now.
Yes.
Now, Mimam Minya Kamal Akwaba. I mean, it's interesting to have a stint with diplomacy. It's an exciting arena. I almost, joined the foreign service, or I almost became a diplomat.
It calms you.
Near Emma who said, "This is not for me."
So we were prim and proper.
What I say, Adriana would cry. Now, when I was doing I was doing a postgraduate course in international affairs, and one of the modules you had to take was diplomatic etiquette. Move live to cry. So much senior. I didn't know. I was like, this is not for me. It's too regimented. Yeah. And I remember. I don't know if you remember Ambassador Sechin. I'm from the currency. He was the resident ambassador at Lesia at the time. Okay. Somewhere 2010. He was the resident ambassador there. Now, when I was doing the postgraduate program, don't gulp it, bro. So sip it as if you don't want to drink. And I'm saying, that's you are a diplomat. And I'm saying, diplomat. Adriana obedi the way see some. I'm saying, Jack, the Juma with the media. I had a conversation with Ambassador DK Osei. Yeah. Maybe it's a question. Which question I wouldn't mention on air? And was the message, how I said, this is not for you. Catch him, so you'll be a good diplomat. And I'm saying, how long did it take him to become an ambassador? I know kind. I gave me a certain response, which response I wouldn't mention. And was the but I think it's a very exciting profession to have. And anybody who has had, a stint with diplomacy, your worldview changes and so on. My favorite treaty, the Vienna was the Vienna Convention on the Law of Diplomatic Relations. Ukaya is very educative. Things to do with, what things are immune from arrest, like the backs of diplomats are really having fun. Yeah. Because of Ejumana, they enjoy a lot of immunities. And because it's a treaty, almost every country is a signatory to that treaty, So almost everybody or a diplomat enjoys the privileges contained inside the treaty. So it's an exciting game. I have a lot of friends, who are diplomats, and their demeanor and everything is different. And I'm happy, my brother got the opportunity, belated as it was, but nevertheless he got the chance to serve in that capacity. My advice to him is funny, like he can build on, this experience and grow to become a fantastic.
The next foreign affairs minister.
Absolutely. I mean, it's doable, and he should build on that experience to become a great diplomat, even if he doesn't become a career diplomat, a political diplomat is still a diplomat. And he can be one of our finest to export, and so on. Having said that, Emzo Kabibi about the need to be ruled by law and not by strength of men. If I have your permission, with your leave, my lord.
Supreme Court Justice.
Yes. With his leave, I like to discuss this issue about the raid that was visited upon the house of
ADC. No?
Yes, the former Vice President's ADC. I don't know how else to put it, but Obi is objectionable. A new very asem is unwholesome.
Adentia.
She. You said to Mrs. San, people want to do things to show say yaba. Yensuna and I yensu yemreni. But there should be a limit to what you do. Kahun say they always say when you are legislating, you legislate for yourself in opposition, you don't legislate for yourself in government. As I said, opposition. I am all out for people fighting crime, going after people who, in the estimation of the law authorities, and they've shortchanged this country. I'm all out for the fight against Anumano. But we do not extend to cover Crawford who, look, there was no reason, there was no cause, there was no basis for such an invasion. And yes, Nipan is a subject matter of investigation. There be. Or no ordinary boss, no muko kumasi, or beba back. Or one friend say, see soldier for a police for Abaho. There was nobody in the house. No money for they forcibly entered the house. Omu gate, no.
The main gate.
The main gate was the main gate, no. Ena or a gate switch.
Okay.
Main gate, no man for muko fa a trade no. Which is a small gate. Eno mubu eno no mudura fiho. Look, there's no this. I'm Roberts na yes argument. So be if you know abu uraho, and they didn't come with any warrant.
You know that for a fact.
Of course, because we would the warrant eba. The property is such that there is an adjoining plot which is undeveloped. And obitiso, yes, I should summa for you. He's living in a wood ramshackle structure be. Until on Rochester assassin so, and you know he also watches over the main house of Munihwa. And if there were a warrant, I'm sure they would have told him say you were warrant to be a essay, ye di ewurafiho. And if anything at all, you could get him to call the landlord.
Yeah.
Say yeah, the warrant aba. And on the Pepe Mukrana, as a chairman, but he's not going to flee from this country. Absolutely. He's a career policeman. He's a career policeman. He's a public servant. He's a superintendent of the Ghana Police. And in the Ghana Police Service. Oh, there's no way he would disappear because you have a warrant to search his house. And if you were minded, and come back chain or bar, nobody warrant have a say a warrant and this is the reason why we are pursuing this course of action. I'm not sure as a policeman or the meaning of warrant I see and the essence of it no. Obeka say on mamum rim. But muchenya manu to kwa obi and if you want to bu dino. Omu get no rim. Now this is the worst part. Every door
in the house
to the bedrooms in omu bubu. Ma send pictures
video nini.
Wait until you see the pictures of the destruction. Abontini near this is a CCTV.
Where before
yes.
So move room.
One would say undeveloped property na make am. E hono mo park here. Nti small gate no ha. Eno no mbebu.
Wow.
Ombebu no mo ewura main house no. Wow, this is the back of the house.
Yes.
Nti no mo akofane say e de ewurem. No mo akofie na nkasa nenim no. They will destroy the main gate into the main house.
Na do mo share mask no.
So mo nim ne ombe yentia.
In the gates, Nini?
Yes. Wow. This is one of the bedrooms. Men near Ewura Hall Honum no eba mechro. Where the gate to one of the door to one of the bedrooms. Ne yiri bedroom ye bubui. On one bedroom ye bubui. The door to the why mini mosque be on a few honum no ye bubu side no ewura. Look, mosque is a holy place and you bia na ewura ho. And my suspicion is omudi mo papa na ewura mu scattered honum no. Look, the uniforms police officer you didn't na go form ne oh yes me see pictures in baba.
Nana, do you know the reason for the raid, you know?
There's no reason. What is the reason?
No, like among Kabi.
Debbie. And when people, neighbors tried to film them, well, this is Afina, you main gate. And the main gate, you know, on the Remo. Oh, and Wako Buddha.
Are these soldiers or police officers?
Both soldiers and police. And police.
And Omun Nasha mask kato mani.
Yes. Oh, bedrooms. Yes. Basa, and I find this is in terrible taste.
And when ADC to Dr.
Exactly. Bonnie Benkwa, his only crime is that he's the ADC to the vice president. He didn't assign himself to the former vice president. He was dutifully assigned. Yet me sumo bi say ko ye ejuma na as a policeman minko. And because he served as the ADC to the vice president, no. And yes, he was a CEO. And yes, he was a minister. Because he handled cash and I be and I will be Debbie.
But who has been ordering her rates?
That is the question. And the National Security Commander needs to speak to this. It's becoming one too many. I suspect that some of the actions are not sanctioned by the coordinator. And his silence is confirming himself on the movie. Because we say now I'm become one someone, not just a Usuni movie. And if this is what you are sanctioning, you were an ADC to a former vice president, a later president. Who the fan say will say, how would you feel?
By being so more legitimate course of action.
What did they find there? Janga Oben said they would have issued a statement. What did they find? They found nothing. The idea was not to this kata no mwako baby. Oh, ne bullets cry.
Bullets.
No, bullets.
Bullets, okay.
The side arm bullet. And then the bullets. Mm-hmm. The side arm, because he was accompanying his boss to Kumasi, he went with his side arm. The registration of the side arm, the customs clearance forms, maybe beer registration, with the bullets, all documents covering, we know. Never case bimo. Obu be a case, omuja documents, omusa bullets, no koi.
Oh,
yes. Now, if the bullets are used to do anything,
who do you trace it to?
That's the point. And these are bullets that are covered by documents because he's on an official assignment to one of the big men in this country. And they left the documents in the case. And the bullets no koi. I will not be surprised if these bullets are not traced and are not retrieved. They might find their way into the black market. And look, Akwedi said this is state-sanctioned terrorism. Because the silence of the National Security Coordinator is giving credence to Nyomuye. And this is nothing short of, state-sanctioned terrorism. Says citizens are here war rights. Now, people have no regard for our rights anymore. All they need to do is to say, every national security, we can't live like this in a country. I mean, as a country. We can't live like this in this country. This is not how to live as a democracy. And in a democracy, this is not how we live.
But you're saying no matter the, quote, legitimate reasons the national security would have,
yes.
You cannot do
then
this.
You can't do this. Breaking somebody, you need to see the distraction. Yeah, bubu dino, yeah, the dumbbells. We saw the dumbbells when I went to the house because he's my neighbor. He stays just right behind where I stay. That's how come I was able to. Me see, Anna, it was sad when neighbors attempted to get films of and videos of these people. Yeah, arrested me United called Bluegate.
Hey.
Yes, and one of the people who was arrested, a DSP. Yes, United called Bluegate. They released them around 12 a.m. somewhere like that.
For attempting to film.
Exactly. Legitimate. Why would you be scared to be filmed? Because no one said the landlord was not around. What is here? And if the landlord is not around, BBC, as good neighbors, they need to. And there is a number plate of one of the Land Cruiser vehicles on Modiba. And of course, national security is not denying, say, your operatives need.
Yes.
And if the national security coordinator is not reading in these folks, look, what we are doing is that we are pushing people towards self-help. And that is the worst point we can ever get to. Imagine if the ADC were at home. You think you would have sat down on your feet, say, you bubu no die not ho, you bubu no doors not ho. He's also a trained armed man. He's a trained police officer. In fact, he has even had specialized training because of a Jumana and their mom. They train them differently. On Tracy Mom bubu no doors, no gates in the name of national security. What do you think would have happened? I think this
is it state property and a private property?
The private property. Oh, I think we.
But who led this? Why not just smoke?
Yes, your friend is Suleimana. He's also supposed to be a policeman, but he's now working with the national security outfit. Oh, and I think these are not. We can't tolerate things like this.
A standard operating procedure.
It is not. Yeah, me say, because unim, and because they realized there were CCTV cameras in the house, got 2 hard drive no koi. I've shared pictures of CCTV camera watch us here.
Okay.
2 hard drive no decoy. If you are actually engaging in legitimate business, why would you be bothered about CCTV cameras?
Yeah, said the AG in a press conference on Edubuahin, say a standard procedure in such searches.
Searches that are sanctioned by a warrant.
I agree.
Yes.
But one key thing you pick, the hard drive in the CCTV. At least we monitor to know if it has captured BBA and Untiama Okoya. But
of
course, it should be sanctioned.
Of course, if you have a warrant there, and the warrant covers annual, I don't have a problem. But Nipano Ako baby, this is equivalent to robbery. It's robbery.
Because you have no warrant.
Even if you do have a warrant, does the law permit you to break into people's homes like that?
Upon
the warrant
suspicion?
No, the law allows you to do searches.
Sure.
It does not say you damage property. Is that what the warrants usually say? I've read copies of warrants. There are standardized warrants.
Yes.
The warrants do not say ukwa nanipaniwa bubunu and destroy property. Is that what the warrants say? Exactly. And really, if they were minded, if they really wanted to do legitimate business, if you could find out where his house is, you can easily tell when he's at home. And yet,
yeah, but I mean, Pomedian say even if he is proving stubborn, because he works in a regimented sense,
yes,
you can get him through the IG.
So I have they have their own ABR. Look, why is it that the Attorney General had to write to Bagwin for the release of Mustafa and the other?
Yeah.
Because they work in a certain setting. Yeah. You cannot just, arrest them anyhow. And it's a way a superintendent of police.
Yeah, you go to the IGP, say release this person.
Simple?
Simple. I think.
What was here?
National security knows us had animal.
We've created a monster, and that monster is very dangerous.
Charlie, this animal.
When there is a change of government, what we do is that we go and recruit food soldiers and no money. Then we say, they are now called national security operatives, and we recruit them in their thousands. Okay, there was an issue about the numbers recently. And you recruit them, which in the first place is a cost to government. And where I sit, it does not give us value for money to begin with. Look, there are some places you go and you find them in hundreds, virtually doing nothing. And Otono and Yeshia, they find jobs for themselves. Because the assumption is that national security is so powerful that their power is limitless. So they begin to assign to themselves tasks that are not even sanctioned. I think, look, Homeland Security is in the same, is carved in the same nature. But is this what happens in the US? Say Homeland Security operatives can get up and just go anywhere. You see, my advice to the ADC, and he said he should sue the National Security Secretariat. Because they acted in the name of the National Security Secretariat. They acted for and on behalf of the National Security Secretary.
Supposedly for.
Whether for or not, once they are national security operatives,
they might have been on a frolic of their own.
Nonetheless, so where does the backstop?
And that's why I'm saying.
So you are still suing the outfit that they work for, and they didn't come there on their own. If they came there as civilians, and Omonga said they weren't even there, but they came.
Oh, sure.
The uniform that way as a security, almost in uniform to form with the badges are medals and my friend. Oh, and this was the room they took his bullets from.
Samuel.
Look, if you go and see what they did to that house, and my question is, a mere policeman, Sebi. I mean, what could possibly be the suspicion upon which you do such a thing? Say we
I've heard other narratives said this might be a diversionary tactic.
By whom?
From the current conversations at airports relative to
flights
near our airport.
So
you've not read that on social
I have,
media.
but so you trample on people's rights in order to divert attention. But I don't think that this is a good way to divert attention.
Okay.
What I say, okay. I just think, I mean, you see, it is not right to do it to even an ordinary Ghanaian, much less Obia, who is an ADC to a former vice president. And I'm asking the question, you see, the coincidence is not funny. The current National Security Coordinator was once in a position like this man. And if I say, let's pause for a moment and contemplate a situation. You say, no. What one in the case, this is where the bullets were. And this is a case of the sidearm. Two bullets no quiet and omuja case no sir. That documents no documents.
About. Okay, say na say ya Omanpenyi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Eba ball Dr. Bawumia Basopa.
Okay.
Recently about the elections we held in December and how he came and he had a call
that
early morning. And listen to the way the president put it. Or say, Omodi phone by and say your brother is on call.
Yes.
Listen to this. Your brother is on this call. No say why no say Dr. Bawumia. No say this early. No rush a call. Wash no be far phone. And how beautiful that it was. I mean that was. Or far phone no or say then or congratulate you. Now the way trend in this corner, office say no we're winning. This is how we strengthen democracy. And Omanpenyi and so bar out ever born abaso say no Dr. Bawumia indeed understands what democracy is about. And this is the way we should all go. Coincidentally, no one also free baby fako. Like I mean
one from the
one region and I kind of ene nipa oye no ADC
and their fathers actually served together in the government.
See the entire Marco fast somewhere free one say the man himself okay if he say power no Nyankopon na dema or the amount na me ADC kura sabi say boni bi na wa ye kura let the due process of the law
just follow. It's simple. I'm not sure everybody would have had an issue if I would not have an issue.
Law. My brother Atik is not above the law. Nobody in this country. Once a why you be a enyen. I say any only emra ebedino. Look, let the process, the due process follow. I mean be followed. Ene what can I say? Let's say be I'm free mwamba. Emotions.
Look at the distraction. Me, I say you should sue them.
Ochina one here. They be seen come. Me read the comments, no. Some people are saying, say, we must we go that way? No.
By the way, if Akufo-Addo, never say Ekoso. We all look. We were Ugandans were unanimous in our verdict. Say Akufo-Addo and Bonamba, and these were some of the things that came together. What has here until now there's a change. Must you go back to doing the same old things like Akufo-Addo? Now, nunti na Ghana for Buffon, no. Not just that the change was meaningless. And the president promised things are going to be different from that which pertained under Akufo-Addo.
Yes.
So if you have come, and yours is worse, and your justification is ABC and Akufo-Addo, not just a Koya and I say bye. What I say? Look, we are all equal before the law, not vulnerable. It's not as if some are vulnerable before the law. We are all equal before the law. And this man to me na mudi yen muyi, which means we all recognize that there's nobody above the law. Anka, if you had suspicion and a reasonable suspicion, now if you have reasonable suspicion against somebody, the procedure is modifaso. And yes, sir, modifaso. Anka wouldn't sit here and be talking about ACA. Anka wouldn't say Anka min kan wasem say why ebony and aso nye ebony. Once it is through the right process. But if you do this, then all of us become vulnerable. And found say Edis in Edia, na Edia is crying, Arcadia, say in Chinam Cran, Edibayam Quine. Watch my say. Until we need to speak up against some of these excesses. And I am particularly alarmed by the deafening silence of the National Security Coordinator. It presupposes you are, in agreement with the Ekosiise. And that's why I'm saying, sir, the ADC must sue the national security.
And he has been ADC before.
Oh, yes. If people begin to sue the national security for these excesses, I'm sure at some point, people will think twice before they engage in these things.
Some of these things.
Otherwise, look, now quite to say we are all hostages in the hands of people called national security operatives. Uti we nipa meti have a pamwe free her. Are they our national security operative? And we can't. No, that's not the kind of democracy we have all fought to consolidate. We have fought to consolidate a democracy whereby we are all equal before the law, not some more equal than others. And this trend of affairs, if not stopped, you ever could do something persona. We obi rice unku, mi atika mi rice unku, and rice are rice. They are the same. Rule of law, rule of law, apart from the fact that the law is supreme, the other is the protection of human rights, and the other is equality before the law. These are the three legs that define rule of law. Now say yes, Ebimu are more powerful in the sight of the law than others, and that the rights of Ebimu really we can trample upon because yet the tax being a name as security operatives. I think we are really up the creek, and I expect every well-meaning Ghanaian to speak to this issue, not because of the person involved, but because of the tendency, say, or Chinebi,
it can be you.
It can be you. So when they came for the communism, when you kept quiet until
they came for you, and
there was nobody
to speak for you.
I am, and by these comments, I'm not saying it will be a bonia. National security should not, but do it in the manner that is allowed by law. But I quite say this is a rule by strong men. And that is what the foundation that our constitution was built upon.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM OB. Kindly tell Atik that truly change is meaningless unless it is linked to the total liberation of the Ghanaian mind. Joe Baby Ewo Madina New Road. Obi, the government is setting a bad precedent. Imagine if the ADC at that moment had his children or any relative around. What would they be going through by now? Obi, why all this? We have serious problems in the country, like common electricity that cannot be stable. They should remember power is transient. Mr. President, Ewa Denmark. Obi, is Atik aggrieved because the search is not right or because he's a Muslim? Is the man a Muslim?
He's a Muslim, but you see, this is the thing. I just spoke about the process, and now we are talking about religion. So until Anga is near Christian Anka, and who the American was him. I mean, why?
Where's the Obi? It seems to me the NDC and the Jubilee House are more interested in sensationalism than working towards the hardship faced by Ghanaians. So the entire security of the Jubilee House were interested in an individual and his landlord issue. To issue a statement to that effect, that be Omu issue statement. They went there. They didn't issue a statement. Mustafa Gbande should come again. Executive Fred. Ewa Lejo Kuku. Yes. Hi, Obi. Why are you wearing black? Are you bereaved? Oh no, send me the kind at the start of the show. Say Oba Multimedia, Lucy, one of our legendary DJs, DJ Awana, Nyamia Tonsa friend, and Ambassador Sampia Linso, Nyamia Tonsa friend. Oh, you've not heard? Oh, and you are the only stranger in Jerusalem. Yes, Nyamia Tonsa friend. Yeah, Charlie, it's terrible news. Terrible news. We say hi, Obi. What's going on in Ghana? A foreigner is operating in such an illegal manner under the nose of the seat of government, unbeknownst to the security agencies. What a national security threat. Amwaku Jebi, or a security analyst at New York City. Obi, Mustafa Gbande should stop politicizing the issue. Please, has the COVID tax been abolished? Kwame Dan Ewo Ashaiman. Kwame Dan, it's not. Government says it will be part of the restructuring of VAT, VAT regime, and then they would, following that, would then abolish the COVID levy. Obi, I know that he is the ambassador to Grenada and was so powerful during the administration. Who is? Our message ne enye clear minimo bia o kane ho asem. Ba mayentio 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Yentie we emraye ba will deal with flight controversy around flight ebesi kotoka cocaine womb cocaine nim money laundering and money laundering in seminal aye bebre. After this short break we'll interrogate those issues. His Excellency Kamal Dean Abdullah Ewaha. Atik Mohammed Ewaha. Yeah, sure name say Eric Ejay, acting CEO NEIP. As we speak, 21 minutes after 5, Eric Intimi Medui into Bedu Amobeten. Kayebasisia.
For free. Provident Insurance Bama Quentway on the side. If January equals March 2025. What do we insurance on some shop Provident Insurance and sa? Some will renew and now we have for Penya Chadia P. M4 coupons and the Provident Souvenirs Papa B. And you will tell you. When they and WhatsApp assistant or buy and chat is here. 024-242-6396. Also to out over to me swap 15 branches. Yet to a particular Mobia. Over to me Sunni brokers and agents in the Mobia this was. Janami and Sunny na Provident Insurance as some Ghana man some power Makonia Badi wa Bambo Massa special for you for Kaisa Shaka Crow
with Provident Land. Ecobank Mobile to make me say Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It go make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. Even just tight with the apple. Ecobank Apple. Charlie Jenna, life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Kanino, na kwanya mefa so agi sika free amanone no. Eja me adwendwen pii. Na afei mpo menye me yonko bi nni biom se, ampa wa mane mesika.
Menso me bisa me yonko bi, na oka kire me se, na ne yire nso saa, kosi se on hyase agi amanone sika, fa CBG.
Oyiwa, CBG na meji amanone sika o. Eye simple, menya ne ntem, wonte o sika bia na bambon so wo ho. Anokwa, asetene mo aye kama.
And found the baby our dofo will yasimu. And mamu temu worry. Consolidated Bank Ghana for money transfer services no. Ube to me Jessica every amanone in terms so our how be animu. Say a MoneyGram, Western Union, Pay Angel, Transfast, Unity Link, RIA, Isremit, Funes, Tap Send, Anal Therapy. Jiwamano Nisikano Abrini Abribian Temso was CBG Krabata Beer Benwo. Akwa Baba Hotomo. CBG. We stand with you.
Sis.
In your money, someone found come at you on the Wabutrino. 2 weeks in Afay and then your man aqua. Dear Yammy Akran said, in a woman in dying cabin. So what just come make your shipping company as a pa? I'm when you say no.
Not anyone used to Tridol Express.
I mean, Tia Moncayo.
Tridol Express, dear. What do you near my money? Acha, 3 to 5 days now could do. Someone did near my money woman. That's 7 days in go through with the essay Kudura, coffee or Kodusika, woman.
Sir,
Tridol, one more faster, papa, one more upper, which will be monitor who baby near my drew. Ejimako, near crank you now percent near my common on near. Tridol Ania differ. And it was so awful. Sarah, you bet me a Joe near my fiaman on near April. You can put your passion at China 3 days. For Tridol was 0535 195 353. What's up? 0535 195 354.
Gasaba. In Wusia a free eja ni jebidiemu enye mayapo mudin te se cigarette nom. Ebetumi amayen akomayare stroke ena daachi bi ebetumi ahayeni yena nanom. Enanom yenu ama eyirenom emerema eduane no afo ni obiara odaso di jebidienu eduane. Mo mayen sesanko LPG gas. National Petroleum Authority ni inku aka bom the cylinder recirculation model aba said the ebema obiara nsa ka gas wo bebia se wo cylinder ana se wo ni bi kayen CRM anamontuo ne ho eno ane se wo beko bebia yesesa cylinder no tiasika ka krebi na je cylinder ya hye ne ma ana sesa wo cylinder na gas ni mu no ye behwe se bibia ntochima se ye bisa mo se mo wo gas afeidie Gasaba. In Kaiboy Free National Petroleum Authority, any Ministry of Energy.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy it. Even just tight with the apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Kim promise.
Fate has a way of rewriting lives. The life of a pickpocket takes a new turn after a car crash. From the streets to a life of luxury, but not without a price. Truth unfolds about his missing identity and stolen fortune of his biological father. Watch House of Clue, a brand new drama series where loyalty is a lie and revenge is the only truth. House of Clue, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiise say dwumedie no asogo so a wotie no ma yena mu nyina ase ne ensan mama kwaba emra dwumedie so make us say ade a the acting CEO of the NEIP Eric J Abekansa e wo studio ha enti mekone ho na afi yetie de o man ba ansa na no there is a statement and was anka mekan dada earlier. But before that, my main first syntax tank on comedy and tuja emamo. Syntax tank say any say won't to be beyond fan chair will be a da me pacho. Bomode in the top syntax tank back on a fache. Now, if you give a family access to clean water, well, you know, and yet just a gift for this moment, it will be a gift for a lifetime. Inti tank back, the Osha family be a moon's your problem. Tobacco, nefako chewon na intimi emwa. In the emma, wachedi na nye money and one kwa me pacho syntax tank o jebako na odiache. Upebia bomote in a fre 0244 335 168 syntax tanking so no ehho eden color bia wo peye be yama e wo inner white layer asie ye fia wo be hu kama ehwe from cry empire inti say e strong e tough syntax tank bomodin na shanen so ene mu nso a modern yoma free Ghana ko amanone na munhye da nya kwan papa bia mo befa so e de yakọ obehwe no wafa ne na kugina airport obi kwa na wo sre no Gemini ma nhye so mame udu hitro obi ba beje sa ne na etwem Tridal Express aba. It's the fastest way to ship anything from Ghana abroad, and so we individual, we a group, we a business. Now so send the packages, Emma, relatives, friends, customers abroad. Me pacho Tridal Express, and also we use to within 3 to 5 working days, be deliver the amount. Shipping packages from Ghana can be expensive and sometimes very, very complicated. And at the discomfort de bano, but with Tridal Express, no, they've made that process no seamless and very affordable. In fact, South America, UK and a US in Podia are heavily discounted. You know, and omoma the cheapest rate in Ghana. And once you are shipping to UK or Canada, please take advantage of your cheap rates no CCA na fa onioma echo. There is good news. Your proxy shopping service, I don't know. So person so turn your free brochure at the Ghana. Ombetimi ato amount no more say packaging the kama and deliver to your doorsteps e Ghana. You don't need to worry about packaging for your items. Ombe package bi bia kama na omodi abrel e Ghana. Nti frɛ won e 0535 195 353 0535 195 353. Almost say more app and so bit my download. Now they are tracking on your ma airbanu in real time. Tell say babe council Ghana. Amazing stuff. At Tridal Express, shipping is made simple, fast, and reliable. MNC Logistics and so Abagana. Na omoye logistics and supplies. Inti upesa wo start business and asa wo business dada upesa wo revamp sa business upesa wo shemo kena wo business de tumpon ba manfo sika wo munya de kwa bruchire ko fa no ma ba wo no nya bi menso MNC Logistics and Supply Limited Abama. They will supply all your procurement, import and export needs. Omo procure general goods, products, equipment. In which matna Ghana omo de nyoma ne be bro na waton wa de ewo Ghana, and they procure at competitive rate from across the globe, from US to UK to Canada to any of the Asian countries. Turkey na opesa offer new money fee for free China, India, Dubai, Bebia. MNC Logistics and Supply Limited ebefa ediabro omofa nioma ne nso a guaranteed timely delivery time on besha no de nioma ne beba o products beba they will be in optimal condition enya afi na beba na ba bia moa ene ade da bi frɛ won cc a 0302 551 918 0302 551 918 MNC Logistics guaranteed satisfaction. There was this statement I said in Mekan earlier, and I was said Mekan Emamo now and also free Ghana Airport. Ghana Airport issue apology be anopay. Now it was a press statement. Really, I must say GSCL apologizes for operational hitch at domestic arrival Kotoka International Airport. I must say it has come to the attention of management of Ghana Airports Company Limited that on Monday, 7th April 2025, passengers who had arrived on Passion Air Flight 143 from Kumasi at 7:56 hours GMT were unable to access the arrival hall due to a locked door at the main arrival gate of Terminal 2, Kotoka International Airport. Management of GACL extends sincere apologies to passengers who experienced the operational hitch on arrival at KIA. The cause of the hitch is being investigated by management, following which measures including necessary disciplinary action will be meted out to ensure such incidents do not recur. This is signed by management. I think that's really good news, right? Oh, now say management who for no mabe pachel, abe public nature say omon fanchanya buapayo.
And the CEO is going to punish others and still be at post.
Now
you see, are you familiar with like the back stops with the president?
Ultimate responsibility principle.
Very good.
Yeah.
So you are going to fish out the small ones and punish them.
Now, because somebody is directly responsible for gates.
In that case, no president should be punished. That ultimate responsibility concept should never work. Because usually it's not the person who is ultimately responsible. Yes, I know. This is a minty be da. Say a rocket arrival home. Me who be da minty be da.
Anywhere in the world.
Minty be da.
We are safe for
flight. It is the height of.
When you say flight,
minty be da. Me who be da.
Yes, you are lucky arrival.
Me who be. You see, sometimes when we call for the change of some individuals in positions with the change of government, you know, it's not out of hatred. When say CEO now or Tisono. Now on na is oko. And other suit Mika whoever is appointing. And this is for Musu, they are not learning. No. Sure, Ora John Mahama. Sanu me and yeka you was me. People were like go for do ye bina. And Anamekano. Change can only be meaningful when you depart from the things that were happening in time past. Otherwise, change is meaningless. What is here? Yeah. If we had look, Yabeba can Nigerian years is the officer or no. Yedi COVID the Juma di mana no o Jiminu who says yeah he's become he feels
also radio so.
Masa okay. What's the synonym?
Where the Ajubro?
What is the mass synonym?
Okay, we don't have the full facts of the matter.
But would you help me with
officer on the COVID way na
exactly, and we've had issues to do with accounting. Sikano, how much was government making from the what is here? Airport Nana Maker. And it was one of the reasons I got for Gina Sutu Abatia Agufat. When your Kranipa Bakumienu and we hint Yaka say about with the end to my MP4. You are not learning from the same thing. Waba, there's a CEO. He or she was part of the arrangement. I mean, she was part of the arrangement. Waba. Why is it that you are changing CEOs in other areas? Not airport crowd. It's difficult for you to change Onyakono. This is one of the functions of leaving the woman at post.
How do you connect the two? Because
we established the preamble.
If a minister of state, Mako ministry, Anopa Ebia reception, I was say ye baby epono. Nipe also baby MA customers are be good and I said
that's a wrong analogy.
Amount for business to do at the ministry but maybe good pronunciation Into the minister should be sacked?
No, he's a chief director. He's not the minister. Do you think the ministry is run by the minister?
The chief director.
Exactly.
But in that scenario, the chief director should be sacked?
He should be dead. You see, it depends on the enormity of the crime.
Okay.
What has here?
Okay.
It is a chief director that the minister will call to discipline. Then also will probably, if he's lucky to still be at post, he will deal with whoever is also directly responsible. But in this case, me see they are just going to fish out on Kwalano, deal with them, and then Namamina Fanuwedi. Because this is me see minty be that. What be that? Say Arrival Hall, you are lucky. I for the life of me, me do want minty as here.
See what Turkmenistan.
There's no such country. What you say? There's no such country. No, I think, sir. Look, the excuses we make to retain people in offices.
Yes.
Sometimes these are the things they do to really tell you, say you made a mistake. Because now this is a record crime. Well, I wouldn't call it crime. Scandal. It's a record level scandal. Because minti be that. Say Arrival Hall, pa ya lucky. A month for December.
For how long?
And they get stranded.
The statement doesn't state it.
It does, even if it is for 5 minutes.
Even if it's for 2 minutes.
The thought of locking the place up. And so if we are going by the ultimate responsibility principle, no, who should be ultimately held responsible?
The CEO.
Exactly.
And I said the supervising
so
manager
to the hazards of the tarmac.
Yes, the supervising manager.
So but let me ask you a simple question, or let me give you this analogy. If Unkrofwa your mama air traffic wardens no, they misdirect a flight, na konya accident the supervisor is the person you are going to hold responsible.
No, air traffic warden nankasa.
No. Ultimately, you are going to hold who did the recruitment? No, but who did the recruitment? Who did the recruitment?
And what due diligence was done?
So you think a CEO of an airport company or of any airport would stay at post because the air traffic warden has misdirected airplane crash? The person will still be at post. Elsewhere, either the person voluntarily resigns or the person is fired. Is this is the same scenario?
Okay.
And media NDC4 they are not learning,
Very well.
You see, 4 years now, I almost say, wow.
Almost Brunya bako 4 in TB.
Oh,
and the Eastern so bako 4.
You see, sometimes Brunya and Bebacrana who say Brunya ba. Not time now.
If you are in activity,
that time now so.
A big crowd mini Brunya no.
Obi, media, I think this is a record level scandal. It's unacceptable. The apology maybe we will take, but beyond the apology, somebody has to answer for it.
Mate.
And it's not enough to just say Nkrofu who are directly in charge, You see, in China nam profit in the So maybe this is just a micro reflection of what is at the top. And if you don't get rid of the head, you continue to see more of these things. Media, a word to the wise, is still in the Republic of Gamaga.
Mamena say, Eric Eje Akwaba net saying,
Yamiadum now, sir.
Bibia Boko,
Yamiadum,
any IP Boko,
and what then,
Juma,
or when you see
Safina appropriation near passing.
What do you mamma say?
300 million Ghana cedis.
Oh, okay. GOG,
yeah,
that's George.
And about 100 million Ghana cedis.
No,
yes.
Obi.
National apprenticeship.
About me says here the be called youth authority. Me shame.
Obi.
Because you
under
Obi.
Yeah, under the youth ministry.
Yeah. Obi with the mama court topic.
Na sa wo ho ye de.
Nyame adom ho ye.
Enti airport as a mediatic akan odwen ho sen. The position I would take you as Asempa because no be crash send me message say Obi, could it also be a ploy to get the woman out of her position at the airport? I think she'll think the other way too. That it could be a ploy to get the woman out.
Which means there's a problem. So why would you retain a CEO who is not wanted?
Okay.
Obi lawyer be meaning so a lawyer. When I lawyer, see a very vicarious liability.
The vicarious liability, no. Of course, I mean, in law, in criminal matters, it doesn't work. But mostly for civil, to say way, you know. It works.
Yeah.
But
So it's applicable in this situation. Me bisa una ye.
Oh, that's me kasaba.
What time in China I catch the time?
Obi ma memre mo dem. I think the Chelsea time as.
It can work in a situation like this.
Can be held responsible.
If it can work in a situation, forget exception. It can work in a situation like this.
Hold on. One of the exceptions is that when in this case the agent is on a frolic of her own or his own. Say bia enye one adwuma oye no.
But who kept him there as an agent in the first place?
Me yet here.
It's here be adwuma na oye na in the direct employ of the employer and adwuma the amano na oye. And as you answer with driver. Driver ne company driver. What some driver said driver for company neoma way for free point A echo point B. Good. What's your fan point B? Or the car ne kwa kofa company neoma no. Ebia wa kofa obi atna car nim nipa ne staff onye obi ono ana de no akwa akoye. At that point, he's on a frolic of his own. Yes. And it's a okonya issue. Then you don't blame. You cannot sue the company.
No, maybe it's a simple question.
The person is an exception. But when the ABN test, it doesn't fall under the exception.
Or citing Ghana Airport Company.
Yes.
Now, obey me. I join it. Your friend is a CEO and that's one to me.
No, you cite the company.
The company.
Yes.
The CEO.
You cite the company.
Obviously.
Of course, and somebody would have to.
So this actually applies.
Way can apply.
It applies.
Yeah, way can apply.
Very well. That's all I wanted you to establish.
Obi,
grateful.
Mechia Ekosiisen tifo nyina.
Omo jewoso.
Na mechia menu penny diplomat. Kama.
Hey. Muhammad.
Say oye na dwen say omi ehu no. Enti inkugu de na bafi. Enti akwaba. Waba. Na me amini atik mechia no. Obi. Okay, statement no.
Apology no.
Yeah, we na ma say nipa by 7 and so they are sending me. Omo nyina I mean, it's almost the same. So, minimum so much baby back on almost send it there. Why this?
Why this?
Yes. Very pathetic.
And it goes to batteries deployed now. I can. Where sure.
Oh, you see, maybe the article I can't be. I'm supporting 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Well.
Obi, you see, we are politicians. Yeah, by my Bible quotation. Me boy.
Munya sofo.
Kenya sofo. Amanyosem eni ebeyo. Amanyosem so gina de ahodo mienu misi su kakra mahunu no. Se ubedi ncho ana ubedi nkunim. Ena niema mienu so na de sa niema mienu no ba. Se obo ho moden ana se omo ho moden. So the first question I mebusa ne say aden na be 3 months here betina konwa se de bia Ghana Airport Company ho wasemu. Enche bia ena osofo ya na no menene betena ha oya allegation am say sofo tubu okay ha na start
reverend team fojo.
Yes, me dem my men can sofo ena dodo na betiase o kan reverend obeka say room sofo we nya room sofo team okofa ensem bebre de be for ye wo kroma because of person tarnish the good image of the government. You know what I expected? Me Eric AJ, I expected Ghana Airport Company and Kombe issue statement. I was asking no. Omo issue statement.
No.
I don't know my issue.
Neither has any of the other agencies.
No, me but I don't know my. What I mean
about?
Yes. So why? So why? They are the authorities. I don't know my issue statement. And I communicated and I done problem. Am I any file defense?
My defense is.
What's the mechanism? So many article many ya 100%.
Yes.
Because me nam saboba no chief executive we wan ko bi.
Sir.
Me nam chirepon no ni was that time no ye campaign man anado. But today she's there. Inti eniema tarnish the good image of President Mahama no said the Harry Kaji ni no ne ha no. Aden na one issue statement so from team in Toronto will be trying. I don't know why issue statement about it. And I know no credit.
What makes it intro?
Maybe there be a sentence me busa kusano. Why issue statement ne no crana. And I know I hear the bidding for the party MPP because Yenimugu as MPP ne yasom faso. Was that what she was doing then?
But between the two entities, GACL and
more,
Ghana Airport, I think GACL is more.
Yes.
Way to rather issue the statement.
Yes. So what is really happening there? And that's already Quensima. Yes, passengers or movie Kumasi. Just a flight and Casro. A Timisi form. You see, and so much me for Bassa, a dear moba arrive at home. You drew her quabranes so no wada, but keen one farm macra wada. And no, Ghana Airport Company issue statement. So what they pa, why man no more much
passengers no.
It is a passengers no yes will be reare into or Russia Baba Fana Yakwa Supitia. And at time now we close now o dampemuno. Ya o pa ya cho no kwena sebe ne yiri na dani ato a cho pa no de mawai. And you think say ye nipa and the head of that institution and nka ye muntimi calling it to order. E dey nkwa na maame na ya otio. Me de meka why is she embarrassing the government?
Oh, how?
Now embarrassment to a whole Kotoka International Airport. And you think Obi, and you think it's easy. She's embarrassing the government. And yeah, no be na me ba ya. Topics Saudi are sending me. Yeah, no one some crying here can me boy. Why am I here to defend it? Am I the chief executive officer of Ghana Airport Company? Madam.
No, but when you as part of proper management, and they say, Omahu mistake, be no my patch.
And I may say, Adena within 3 months, Ghana Airport Company, Mohu Gentre has a why. That is my problem. And you see, MPP won't pen anado as some crown, a dear Bakwa, Untimi sign it to an anado, not politics now, you're not wedding. Oh, yes. Yes. President Muhammad, you remember papa no na kuma ye too much. Na kuma ye too much. Papa, mami we ya nearby ya. Hard village almost started in President Kufuor Penso. Or some organize ye de kogu hard village or and no Ghana 40 years so to say the na near shase. Ana refi. Don't want a group of items oh na no ada.
No organize.
Na hwanya. Ubusame. Nani pa krona. Omo bashi wo kroma. I even expect a senko be say issue statement. Say no, this thing started under the previous government. Or issue statement.
Na say no president e kasa wo program.
And na me say. Me bo, and na me say bash ne ba no mo ye ne mo amukra muka problem no ho. Na mo kasa te say de munim say ehase mrebi. Dodo na munuanom.
The MMA can say for that event in particular. Why do you blame the Ghana Airport Company? That's an event.
President. President. Na omo lambaste ubia adanyesi yeso no. And then I see Ghana Airport Company the say, oh, project no kra na mo kan. Esimesi ni obente na chassis. See ni see agreement na chassis. Abanya ba governance e nto aso e no mo to aso. Oye we ya wabo aye dodo ana. Because they all kan nyi obi aninim. E na de mampani kan ne sada nyi obi ana ye den. Eteye. Masa, mama ni be my problem. Na nya bi na wama mi defendi. Obi nya bi na wama mi defendi. Ah? Na MPP mo Greater Accra Regional Vice Chairman Dollar. Ah? Say Ghana Airport Company nya hono wo. Cargo department nya in charge.
Yeah, Chairman Dollar.
Yes.
Chairman Dollar.
And now MPP now.
Me ba.
No, Medina conference. Is it
Medina?
He works with
Medina or then time.
On the control. Me ba. Oda me ba. You see,
working with them.
Me ba. Na no ada.
Ebinisa mocho letter call you directors
of civil team better ha. Or yen allegation say cargo plane near the aba. Ifunu na wo se fa. Yinim de awum near the cargo near man ba hwan mu na yi.
No, I was saying this.
Listen to me carefully. Come on, we a diplomat. Tobo. What you must say? What the sabotage we na kogu Ghana Airport Company ho. And the bian some over. What is this?
Let's all be ordered.
What is this?
By that.
Chairman Dollar.
Another one Mahama Guma was a ono na director of yes commercial services. Ono na anu adaba bi amini Mustafa Free. Yagaba ukrom no Yagaba ko primaries. Ono na director of support services so me person me kire say airport no ye wa ban mu ba Game Boys na wo ho. Yes.
I said there were instances. Eric Nyabotre, there were instances.
Obi.
There were instances that MPP were paying. Some staff of these agencies be called private.
And I'm saying Game Boys and I'm gonna tarnish the image of the government. Time and dollar American assembly somewhere 9th December 2024 after say 27th. Mumbuso almost saying who issues ben about Hanka cocaine no be born. What sanctions ben or Modiamano.
I think
and you think they are embarrassing the government and some of us are happy? Yes, okay.
Why was said sanctions?
Management and one ahead of the management. Who say Obi Jaisa house?
But if I didn't know why anybody down crime, yes, but there's a new.
I think on your way. We are politicians. Oh, what the moti can mama publish? Yeah, politicians. Some of them was when you're politicians anymore. What I say? So near Mana ACC or Ghana Airport on me, Eric KJ, I am not a happy person about it. So I think my advice and I support 200%. And you see, and you think internationally, come out the diplomat or by NCHE. Say come out UAE, hope you know what to say. Yes, Ghana Airport. Passengers fi Kumasi bedun kran edu ese kwabrane se wada into mi do no wonim penimfo na omo kanum
enye car
sorry na bus enye car
so flight nim fa car
and I make no sa bus no kwa metiti sem se na me national chairman kwa timbi
eye ese dun kete
me se metete no now they ultimi we say force imprisonment now the chi omo ho say why where from this
hey they say look at bus nim no ma me gate
or the boga yes wine anyway Obi me dey honestly speaking Obi yabreo
Nyabotre
Obi no me dey on timase yabreo
I will come before some power
okay ya tena opposition fie nwotwe hwe wo tiny ani oya ye de hye kuruma enti ade a ye be ya magana fo ye relief kakran so no e wo so bi be create problem na me erikeje communicator me betena ha enka mampani ma ha manyuma pa wa ye ni within 120 days eno na me be kan ho ase me ba ya watwe Ghana Airport Company letter aba
no we na me kan say omo apologize to Ghana for no obi at
omo apologize say enye den ham na e ko say ye no but omo ye Obi ade no ntiase ana statement we ntie eso wani
Eric J. Mamina.
Embarrassment no more dear man. Are you happy of it?
Have you passed through terminal?
Why do they do this?
Oh yes. Oh.
What do you think is the state of the structure?
It's been refurbished. It's been refurbished. Now because I hear the plan is to route all African flights there. Yeah. And it's been refurbished. Yeah. If you are the African flights, they become domestic flights. So all European, Asian flights we use. I think it makes sense. Because it's too huge a structure for just two local flights.
But how many flights do we even have African in West Africa?
No, once there is a proper terminal, I'm sure a lot more. And see, we really need a national. You see, and Mamin Kawe and Twasu, and Soso. Oh, Ghana needs a national carrier. I go for the buy or the Kukazo Gaza no coin.
Yes, an Ethiopian airline.
But that was even a bad idea.
Okay. Why was it a bad idea?
Why? We are talking about a national carrier that is owned fully by Ghana. Kenya, maybe it does. Kenya, Kenya has Omwanka's fleet.
Yes.
And I told them, now
more strategic partnerships.
That's what we need to have. Because we share Ghana, you're co-America dodo, you're co-Europe dodo. Look, when him say, because UK is no longer part of the European Union, if you are not taking BA directly to, I can say, UK.
Yes.
If you are using any other European airline, you have to have Schengen, an American visa.
What does
no British Airways na make but anke what national carrier straight from here to Heathrow, straight to Gatwick, and London City Airport. Now near Dallas, near New York. Look, Yebenyeska. South Africa. You look at destinations in Ghana for Takopa. If we have a national carrier, we don't have to struggle. And if it is part of their vision to provide a national carrier, you need Obia who identifies with such a vision. Akufa Dubai, and then the vision probably was different. And this woman having worked with him, maybe, I don't know. Me, I always feel say Mankrofua who share the same vision do the work. And then we can hold them collectively responsible.
Yes. But if the president also finds that she shares his vision,
how would he know? No, it's a question. Obetuno, how would he know?
The president of the
I'm asking, how would he know?
You have no idea.
No, then in that case, all CEOs should be there.
Not all CEOs.
Me, so far, apart from Minas Commission, Obiako.
Obi.
Who else?
Yeah, I think so far they are
just two teachers are open just a woman, they are visionless. Some of them were actually career public servants who rose to their positions. And if those are visionless,
Gold board.
It's
part of the committee. And
no, they represent. Yeah, secretarial committee in the
so the bill is now law. Nana, can be quickly.
Well, I think, sir, clearly, it was just something we all need to condemn. Because first of all, flight, free bags. The Kumasi and Atamale. Kumasi, very good. And nobody can tell me, say, they were not in the know. Say flight. At this time, Ebelande. Nobody could tell me, say, Bas na ekofa omono. Okay? Na omun nim say, ye ko sini pay mama forget yako.
Yes.
Just a chain. At every point, there's supposed to be stationed an officer or yenejuma. What you say? So I am surprised, say, ye free tamakono. You see free plane, you free tamako basa fire, could do be a exit. You see, I could don't know. I too. You really power could take no. For me, I thought actually operationally, no, there was a problem. Yes, Omar Ba apologize, but I think they should up their game.
Okay.
They should up their game because we can't say much. Point is that this cannot happen. And let's bear also in mind, say, and you're gonna phone for domestic flights, no.
Oh yes.
We have people who are consultants who are on projects, other things. And these are impressions they will carry out of Ghana. And I think that would be a dip.
Yeah, for us.
For us. What you say? So I think there should be these small issues. So if you say now these are things that of course graduate into bigger issues. And
especially
management
when we want to position ourselves as
the gateway in normally out. We've said this. Ghana is the gateway to the sub-region. Ghana gateway they have to do. Gateway they have to do. Oh boy! Come on, problem. So I think the Ghana airport, indeed, yes, you have apologized, but they should up their game. They should try as much as possible to up their game. But well, say Obi Tihon will be in Tihonum there. Media. I think say it serves them right. Oh, you serve under a national carrier. People pretended to be with us when they were not with us.
Really?
Yes. Pretense near Dawson. Look, let me tell you, ambulance service.
Yes.
One Zachariah something.
Zachariah, Professor Zachariah.
No, you ain't this in it. I'm telling you this. Look, what my brother is going through, I went through it.
Professor Zachariah.
Yeah, hinterlands, campaign, no be aware any NDC no did attempt no the power.
Who are he did in the worst form possible.
And
no be to post.
Who call crowd to me who see you?
You are good for any my way.
You power. Who come in a commission? You can't even see the CEO. Who are down? Yeah. Let's say ya, wa page
na Betty.
Ene abai fufura boss out ho. Or did they pay? Sika put you and the coffee ko.
Some Ghana.
Look, I'm telling you. Look, people were pretending. Minority leader. ECG Honor. Oh, they put
public service.
Hey.
You can talk.
He's with you. Oh, corally or no echo. Sell information in other mountains. Was sponsor.
But Obisa men can chum was
it's a serious matter.
Two CEOs spend that's war. Obisa Obi tell Atik, my vandal mate, that the Food and Drugs Authority.
Look.
Ghana Standards Authority.
Future MPP government.
Okay, what is it?
Future MPP government. Inshallah will come. Inshallah, I am telling you,
No,
say,
me both.
one year campaign, one year, no. Well,
How many years be you
we are not.
No, I'm shocked. Ghana standards of the oil is still.
We will not allow such people to be there.
There has not been a green letter say on coffee.
Come on.
Yes.
How many years be you? How many
That's
years
half
be you?
of Bonsu, right?
Because you're near to Tomamu. Yeah, more Juman, no moon, no more to because I'm other political parties. No more, I don't share MPP t-shirt. Or so, no, I share cap. Or so, what campaign? Say, oh, boy, campaign. Ah!
Enna, want me and picky intel there.
When you have a campaign, I go up and down, where that picky intel. Come on. When you have a campaign, I will be there. Say the panel,
and the assumption generally is that
no, Debbie.
And you know, most come CEO platforms, no so.
You were naked. You were walking naked. But if these people are
avoid. So walking naked means what they must avoid. Matthias, no, what is a valid point? You can't be
some of these things, I think we need to look at it properly. Look, you cannot be in politics. Obin a call, Penyimbi Hose, or no, or contest election. No, Penyimbi say, nah, ya grady. Ojina A and B. Or say, oh, me, 150 or say, carbon. Or say, oh, 150 or say, carbon. And you want to take position. No one take a position. Now, I'm saying, oh, dear, me or come 50. I don't want
the argument has also been made, sir. We should also identify some people, though in public service, though occupying politically appointed positions, but there are people that they are internationally known brands. I'll give an example. So, Professor Dodo, Ghana Standard Authority, for his line of profession, he is probably one of the best in the world.
Let the person get his
Come on, Jane.
You can get the person as a not necessarily be on the driver's seat. So,
one of the best in the world in his chosen way. And when you get somebody like that, he should transcend government.
What do you mean? Because is it the only international brand? Then is it for international brands?
Inti Asempa na auto
me problem say don't tell me and you say MPP
and I'm say Philip Bonsu o ba cry hu dey wo
brands are Inti Asempa na now some NDC for
no, but when you take somebody like your friend is saying Minerals Commission guy,
he's an international
speak to the industry players. Everybody will tell you such challenge.
Master Jaisa. Is he the only
Galamsey would have been off by now. And the second Galamsey.
The man was here justifying
Tanzania is a test case. Go to Tanzania and see what they did to Galamsey.
You see, I've
Tanzania is a test case. But what did we do? In the midst of the now thousands of licenses say he
was justifying them.
When you take somebody like
all your examples are falling flat.
When you take somebody like the FDA chief executive, your host is here.
What's the community mining? What's
her name? Mimi Dako.
She's the only pharmacist.
Solid.
She's the only
in that
pharmacist
line
in Ghana.
Of way, into Obisano, government.
There are more
expired sardines.
She's not the only good pharmacist in this country.
Mimi Dako. Wabi seja.
Masama for BHN.
Oni hana na no ada ye repackage mu a ese nkwala.
No so to tempo no. Your match na dey kra wo no.
Me say hypocrisy
Wait.
This hypocrisy must stop.
Obi. Eric Eje should remain silent.
Start discouraging this type of attitude.
They
are betraying government.
Eric Eje should remain silent and endure the consequences as they are protecting an estate manager who is aiding them in their dubious dealings. The Ghana airport is now a crime scene. Samuel Brian Boabeng. Minim. When the Brian Boabeng at the Abba. And
airport company.
Yes. But Atik Munsono, we cannot also approbate and reprobate. We sit in this country and say, this country should grow beyond extreme partisanship. No? When there are people like free, you take when Professor Frimpong Boateng came, for example, at least the political ideology need leanings, no? was known. But the Rawlings administration worked with him.
Can I give an answer to that?
Now, Onye Ewe, head of the Cardiothoracic Center. He later became CEO under the NPP government. These are world-class guys, actually.
But being head of a department, they're normal. You don't need government there. Being the head of a department,
but head of department for you being a maritime or more pamu.
Obi, let me add this.
Yeah, can see you also for departments, Abba. Obi. The examples are now are they heads of departments?
Let me even just add
this. Diplomat.
Yeah, Manaland. The argument now are you have your work of father
diplomat.
You see, Obi, what besides? Me there how many say? You issue letters to sack thousands of people.
Yes.
In the name of say Omoye.
They were appointed by the
Eswal
administration.
Thousands. We mun kofi. Omo sebi inkombeje omo pay be 1,000 Ghana, 2,000 Ghana, 1,500. Ya pama mo nyina. Na CEOs omo che honoma. Oko he ne payroll and the conditions of service.
Ni pay slipper.
Enya sem ketua. On the on tina hono. Abra ebi mo ye campaign with you. Almost I nim dey now mo hono ma almost expectation. Was omo dey be. Omo nya kwan enko. And my brother for no mun ni hwe no. Yes, ye pam omo nyina. No wonder some people are in the Supreme Court right now to fight for their livelihood. And I'm a boy. So I think that doesn't make sense. So who can say Ojina MPP and now Ojina in the marginal MPP. Ojina NDC. I'm not saying say MPP ni nyejuma. I'm not also saying say NDC ni nyejuma. However, you see topmost positions na ye can.
They are politically appointed
driven towards your policy.
That's it. Agency has no. They implement policies. No.
So don't tomorrow come and say sabotage me na wa sabotage me. So we allow you.
You see, they are now shouting, say, "Mamino, sabotage you."
One minute, shout say,
"Any Minas Commission, Papa." And that's the point I'm trying to make. They are now shouting, say, "Mamino, any Minas Commission guy, oh, send on me." That's the point. And NDC with the hindsight as a share, we won't allow this calamity to befall us. This tragedy must be avoided.
But
who can industry experts?
In all fairness,
Mamino,
do we think, sir, it is fair? Just by a new president maintaining these people into the people become traitors, is that a fair conclusion?
Do you know what they did to be maintained?
What did they do?
They betrayed somebody to be maintained. Are you saying that they are the best of the brains in this world? I mean, this country. Mami, as you know, a state manager.
Mami Bay.
No airport, no ABC. No. You are saying that she's expert in the area, in the industry. What I say? We are specializing in estate management.
Baby, I don't make her experts. Make her minerals commission.
Oh, but everybody know you're expert.
I know you was
Is she or is she not?
I have not said that.
So I'm asking you.
If I want to say it, I would say.
So I'm asking you. Is she or is she not?
I don't know.
You see, when you are even unsure of her competencies, that's even problematic.
But I am not the appointing officer.
I'm asking you. We're having a conversation.
Yes.
The appointing authority is not here. We're having a conversation amongst ourselves. And I may say, to the extent that you are having doubts about her competence, it's very telling.
I want to believe the appointer finds her competent.
You think so?
That's what I want to believe.
Well, that's what you want to believe. But I don't think. You see, sometimes as appointments, maintaining some crofty. I think it goes beyond competence.
Okay.
Well, I tell you, say within NDC, Omunyo will be more competent than that, or at least as competent as she is.
Oh, there will be. Why not?
Obi, you read. So the question is no longer about competence. So it's no longer about competence. You see, Obi Wawa, let me say X plus Y, let's say equals Z.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, and X no, any pan competence. Let's say Y and any pan contributions to the party, and the outcome no, the person Z.
Any Z, no.
Now, you cannot have X equals Z. It won't work. What I say? Because Y becomes missing. So what you get is X equals Z minus Y. And if you have Z minus Y, it means the Y is not complete.
Yes.
You have to find the Y so that equation can balance. What is the no? Until who will be a Y party, Juma wa bre SI competent between ono any near competence lukra kunko onye party juma biada unless oye ni na Kamal suggesti
topic up
as a result of
omu chichenu mano what is here
and now say being so
omu information
on powerful people being so in the system
and I tell my year for the crown on no mum ne free hoba and change so no
if no and any person powerful people people who can command things to rise. What is here? If your association with these people is the reasoner, then we're in trouble. Because now I think you see this is what should have happened. You're lucky way. Somebody should have commanded the keys to appear from somewhere. Because that is what we are now going to run the airport with. We are commanding things to happen. But on a more serious note, I think NDC4 should learn from the mistakes of the NPP. Now,
the Ghana Ambulance Service CEO was there since 2015.
Sir, and a
Prof. Zakaria.
You came with
I want the information.
What kind of tools?
You see, you shouldn't have brought this issue of competence and expertise. I want for Bisa say, have you had time to go through her profile? Where she was before she came to the airport company?
Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Mama, you're to us. Yemra other issues. So Eric J, quickly on this flight me, flight me, and son, cocaine, money laundering, woman. Where are we now? I mean,
we are here because of where we started from. Masa, when the woman brought in your neck, Casano. Dear Bewo Wasino, you never near Bewono. Utrasu ebesi ana ameboa obi ya born to our Ghana fan nyina yakoto aba MPP wa ba mu na esi nyema bi nkoyi ena me ba ena minim se ntim for ne beba ntime print stories ba me ba ya diplomat na tia na me amede to what you say under NPP administration issues of drugs near the idea na boba wa Ghana airport ena na ma print but ntim amenti no me sure say bia me use said na nka me use
almost on person mu hu ye ntibra atik paper cho twa konya na bra say kakra na ye hu CEO enim and then a nice lane shirt CEO yetio
where CEO level
ko pass mama me ko pass mama me pa
o CEO
asem kra ni
to na ya be
obi obi that me say menim say menia sofo ne beba nti we o ka say memra o show no so na me print stories are related to drugs issues under President Akufo-Addo na no ade ti me print bia but wa ma intimi chadam fa makama be answer these issues are my print by emu dodo sen kwa na gentre ha na discuss on radio Mr. D no ebi anyentre ha boko and this website you know gusu the guide in was yeah my joy
one fan through media
we super the Ghana police with the Ghana police service remember with the Ghana police service crown post 2 years
so it doesn't matter
and I make sure say under my watch on some mobile ben mu enubone obi anim say the city atisi na Ghana airport enubone dwa yakono was
history
what them meba what them about do na what them call class say me the minimum but them person me otiase ne say kama o man na chichiro na no ada ye to abawi ya mudi nkugoi nye ne nyina ti aye kasa fefefe ye muja ye no ye se enye ba anya hwe betimi anya bibia ye den ato aso enipa wonam nyina de owo ne wani monyam ena o man Ghana yani monyama ye wo adwama so Ghana ya sunje my Ghana eno mo na ye de na ma ye de hwa wana meboa na ya to aba transition aba abanya start ye ne ne man kakra
see you one pen
na ode asem a enye nokre ebe ebi ni me ho we ya so we ya wo so nya
see you one pen
competency
you are expected to sign minute of letters
obi wo hu nti o man na ni monyam na na edidi hu
okay
it is a we obi a sebe we o man sonfo udi akotene o ma me na nipa ye kana se wonye nipa ketua o. Under the previous administration, or a deputy minister for 8 years, and I'm a
for 4 years.
4 years. Yes. Anye baby as a Ministry of Education. Baby a chitin kwada. Any additional form pending phone. Look at the caliber of person no kasayan. Wasanya tinamra she will be over 8 years. Day na menene baha or start ya or kasano. Obi okasa me bear one and me catch and say. My intel HRS or a ranking member I will defense and interior. It is all can seem be more only very careful because nipa obobre no. Yeah, at times what the can somewhere carry with. Ebi akane no na me can seem be obi amfa na nim but because of the beer man say mu medrinti no. Me can be different from say the net kane no. Ore wo sha asem yase a wo kan obi anim say the wo kane nye no kre. Wo de patapa. Na no ada hwede ekoto no wo mo sister station asem a wa na wo de bae kotena wo defend there wo dwane
wanya nso ya state the fact
no ko hin
oba for that first segment of the discussion omuye yo mko break na was so sorry man another panel
obi oyifum you see and asem no wo yensem troni obetena wanim na wo kasa hu ze wakasa hu sa hwenim yen lift ba na kakra because sofo ukrum akwada bi wo be 3 years unti o so yin obe sofo ba de wa start ya wo ye wonim se nkwada da chekra na wo se no
na ade na hu se omo state so omo video bi omo so
omo famra ye twen we simple president security agencies kra anye na koyi wa no
so
person here to say the minority caucus na akofo omo asem aba mama ka asem ntro mo party leadership no omo wo mrashi be jafi no obi ye ne kra won adwuma nya party no won adwuma na mo ye enti eniema be make omo popular na omo ne person omo ye enti se mo hwe yi a opposition na mo akono sa Jeremiah Tatis na mo start mo be bre papa because you don't have a fronter omo ye willing so omo be champion the common interest of even the caucus obi sa wate de meka no so me de sofu team de o de mo me mfa ne sa me say na nkofo trend ne sofu moko ne kire zan me maintain crime.
Don't let us descend into how let's deal with the issues.
There
is a statement response from government. Let's deal with
yes,
issues.
And I must say, you see, at this stage, and once you peddle such falsehood,
you've not established why at your no can hear falsehood.
Menen one establishing.
Who said you are old?
He who alleges. Maybe on mum, and I beg can some watra.
Yes.
And I be seen Ghana for the donor and call is a soft penny. And same year, okay, I dance here one way. Una mana or the corner so touchline come on or the minimum group.
I say or train invite.
Or train invite.
Years before the committee.
I was trying to invite. Nanya Ghana for no country. No. You could see send over cancer. Okay, that day. I no starting.
And a queer hosted that day.
Ampa. Not many no near queer about that day. Obi, they may person me chair and say, who would you be so the Asempa publica? Ubinya support now open. Odiaba. Now the masses are also asking, say, based on what? And now they publish a story now, Okano. Obi, and the story publication a quite in the accorded the one and the oye ye because damn and any talk as also you musheno back by the buy no so be yare near the befano and as will be a different one baby or started the free. Even he never mentioned cocaine, nessa money laundry issues, no. But later now, I tell you what other platforms are already discussion. No, now I divert here free. Say patient and not the muye who no near the other no the nam touchline. But you don't do that. We don't govern a nation like that. Baby, kamamu akwaya manye sema kudu no. I know a diplomat. Bisane say. Sana ote. Kama one is a UAE, right?
No, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi. Bisa kama say as a diplomat ana or some of my Ghana or Saudi. Now poppy on the phone, she say Ghana airport and then they cooking ready the money laundry. Bisane say even such a country grabbing your interest be so be investor. E to da mumye nya botre kakra. So for oko position che. O hwe na be ha adwena nyame adwuma no de to ho na wo ye say o ba mra she be dwafie. Sisi wo be nya free time. San for nyame sum ni ye. Because baby a wo de nenam no de. O ya ma nyame sum na ye problem. It made them no see from no.
Yes. No, me say. Wakasa for almost 10 minutes. the government of the issue.
Obi.
You said nothing.
Obi is a lawyer.
But make a choice. So far, there have been responses from government.
Which are inconsistent. Yes.
Obi.
There are inconsistent.
Obi, you see, whether videos, statements, need the adena okano. Me de ne say. The obeka na asem no. Utie me. The ono beka na asem no. Na dance no wo he. Ena wankoka wo committee obeka na Ekosiisen. Inti ada na media house where asem we by interview a granting kroma na che na 8 years away do parliament.
Obi.
Once on one ebre. Say usumani ha fidia o che aje wadwo. Because asem no ba na ya obi aso mu oka bi aboa wa enye ya. We ade bechi na oti ha, ade bechi na oti ha we interview no bi afa na ni so wantimi ama na me so why. Ohun hwe. Inti bi dia me pesa me ka che ne se me oyemi nua pani. Agro no ye nyina na yedi.
Eni ya wache eja wadwo.
O wache no. Obi agro no ye nyina na yedi. Ezi na no me hu TikTok obi si ablakwa ni ablokwa. Etino am say mini no person o asani ni Europe man o say sama ni wo position na okuja to unya to ano de abana.
Or a ranking member.
So no ranking no
do with troubles.
And I'm say ranking member if you are no person of first ejuma na same no. But the rest no. Same ye ni nua obetumi akwaje tutu ejuma na enye problem onye na hwe.
Na me tie Kamal, yes.
Diplomat.
Obi o ze me nua Eric Kasa.
Yes.
One can bibia amfa. Response abind the mind.
Yeah.
All he did was to sit here. Na me advise me nua or yes of penny and kola and conforbi wo no constituency on person more than so for they will look at it. A whole lot of issues are and then we here
incidental to the matter.
Obi on my mu ye mra pon ye wo no e sure obia so say you should be a good citizen. Yes. And ensure say ejuma obeyama on my no o contribution no ena in 2006 omampanyin kofo etna se edwen ho se ebi mo wo hono ma omutimi hu se no bi ekoso na so omutimi nka no se yankofa emra bi mra samra na yede
crystal blue exact this is all for your crystal blue
no nyabotre I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay, samra na just section 1 of it. What it tells you and enjoins myself, Atik, and my brother here. And he said, I'm trying to say, and again, okay, Yankasa as a Maya, say, Passage Maya, no be Honoma is in the underworld. Omodili, drug trade, say, Obia knew about Casamikuta cocaine ton Wabonte Hanum, I'll be. Baby, all the best share, baby, all the best fan. And here you cry the security agencies which are not sophisticated. No, I want to who say baby Koso. And it is rightly placed for someone to have been given a tip off and an information. No officers, that information me disclose here by law. Your mandate me say me disclose no. A bit more boy, I'm a clue. Say me on me DHR. Okay, to be able to unravel whatever that is there. And first of all, you are in Team Fojo, Reverend. No, no. For me, and you're wrong. Is it a fact say play no e buy and asama? Is it a fact say play no 85 days and I say 85 days? Is it a fact say indeed collaboration is say e did not be buy or muyi and aso man you know be? These are matters. And what responses did government give in that regard? Responses need be say, you know man, jerrycans. Say oil the woman say the way. The next response is say, tie be say in the time you somewhere then. Yes, sir. Other response is say 5 days no so no more no be fly baby edit tie ediba. So and see it and avert my minds back to case be a more lawyers more kanye Salah versus Attorney General. Okay, one of the judgments you say na alajibi e kotina baby edi den edi aduane only judge bi because likelihood of bias and cross examination in time no they went to fish out that caterer. No, caterer buy or say that day no. What was on the meal was pork. What did the judge say? The judge say, and allowed you to eat pork. The judge said, ain't me there, ain't no correct. So you see, disjointed responses now gives rise to suspicions. What you say? So I'm saying that if the president of the Republic of Ghana said, look, let's investigate this matter. The man has made an allegation. The man has disclosed an information. Security institutions are an institution more honor. NACOC and other relevant institutions get into this matter and then let us get this information. This is the meat of the matter. What problem has he caused? What has he done? Now, did not tell me cocaine. More so, and because you have busted somebody with cocaine worth $350 million.
Yeah, the first one and second one, $150 million.
And $150 million. That means over $500 million. And if in the midst of just within 2-3 months, this happens about, let's say a member of parliament is giving an information and he has reasonable defense saying, believe, say, information amanya no ne kuro bi wom no they are out or say hey there be more kasa or kasa on your. Look, let's get serious. This is a country we have to run. Let's get very serious. Oh no, he doesn't have what it takes to go to the airport to do investigation. He cannot go and tell someone, say, plane nearby and present me who they womb. But you, the security agencies, so you have what it takes to go there. That is why the president said, let us not downplay this. Let's investigate it. And we have made so much noise about this. We have made so much because you know, say, ultimate workers say tie by, ultimate workers say plane before you go see here, ultimate workers say oil be because tire. You can say those things. So that is why you never mention it. And you go and bring pictures with different saying flight numbers to prove. Why? You come here and you know correct. Why with a video where so say me was different play. So for the video where white
okay Felix video no.
I am saying that look the onus lies on the government to prove to us say we are safe. Okay? Nipa na amukochi almost $350 million now almost say omochi cocaine. Why they abonidi? You say alaji be after the means alaji no
alaji ne dey yes happen rate. Yes. Now the 350 million or 150 million.
No why?
No updates.
We should be worried as a country.
We've made those demands.
We should be worried, say, if cocaine of this volume
and gold
and look over $350 million and $150 million. Nobody knows who is bringing it into this country. A developing wings, a flyer bagana. Look, let's get serious. You see, in 2009, between 2009 and 2010, the NDC were in power. 2009, 2010, the NDC were in power. International community were not happy with us with the way we are dealing with drug issues. And Ghana, because of that, now, Omar raising eyes on us.
Actually started from
time
I'm saying that I'm saying
you member of parliament
the international community were not happy. Look, it brings down the confidence level. No,
start from there.
Your confidence level comes down. And to say, if we have gone through this, let's say within 2 months in government, what match cocaine worth $500 million? Now, Muntimin count your all the buyer. Yentimin ka he na ye din na to hono na en nam na ready nkofo a omuni sebi pie omufie. That is worrying.
Come on.
It's worrying. I want my brother John Dramani Mahama to succeed as a president because this is a legacy he's supposed to leave in his last term. And it is important for us to also hold him to it as minority. It's important. We shouldn't be quiet. So if the law allows for me to talk and allows my brother to talk and allows Eric to come out, let us not gag anybody. Allow them to say
against someone.
Right. So medicine, the mechanic say responses are binding my and yes satisfactory.
And so when
yes, look, and you see what they have done is to go and then hire tax on the media. Maybe from tax.
No.
Now for the
media mercenaries.
And the media mercenaries, whatever. No more attack. Oh boy, you can't say yes. Say, hey, we are descending on you. Meaning say a part of 78 million IJN. Look, that's what they do. They are jai issue not to change. I feel they will be insulting you and they'll put you on the banner. What they will do to you? Make us say correct comments. to say I won't try at the pass. And that's what they will do. So I think say, look, this matter, as the president put it, no media I am for the president. Once the president said they should be investigated to its logical conclusion, let them do it.
Okay.
NACOC should come out and tell us what they did, what was the end of their investigation. National security should be able to tell us what is happening. If Tim Fodjo is a member of parliament, we know how to invite him, come and then help us in this investigation. What information you have? He said he's ready for that. You are saying, no. So much, we can't do that. Why?
So what dance here no?
Over one information. He's ready to help you. Good for him to come in.
Over dance here.
Good citizen. When you dance here,
and we should be worried. Say 3 months. These are some of the things we are seeing in this government.
Very well.
A bad start.
You see, motivate settings. Opposition settings.
Obi, Bibri kwa. When the president said, "Say, you investigate allegations are making," me born abaso. I said, "Look, this is the way to go as a president. It means he listens compared to Nele War Mre Chimuno."
I think that's your problem.
My problem is that
why you can't be doing this.
Oh, Mama, take
that. So you can't be doing that.
You spoke about gagging people. Now you are.
I'm not gagging him. I'm not gagging him. But you see, it's becoming one too many.
Okay. And is it for come last on Facebook? I want to gag me. And I'm just repeating merely what I said.
Okay.
I'm not adding or subtracting. I'm just saying, because me born about I'm saying kanini die. Onukra chini panukra so I have every confidence and fidelity in the fact that you'll be innocent at the end of the day. Watch us here.
Yes.
But this one, they were mere allegations. But instructors say any investigations. Nesa Assembly was his spokesperson. He was running ahead of himself. Before the investigation, Felix, yes. Before the investigations could even begin. Already they started saying bogus allegations. Are you Sebi? Wiser than the president? He knew that there were allegations. And okay, any investigations. Let the investigations prove that they are bogus allegations. But what the guy were useless. They descended from attacking the allegations to attacking the maker of the allegations too. And that is where the thing went, to south. And I went south. Now, in his attempt to, look, nobody saying, I say I'm on 40 years, when people make allegations about money laundering and cocaine, it's not to create the impression that the government is engaged in it. There be, look, Bonnie, there are individuals there. You can't have corporate crime. And, government is like a corporation. Now, because the government has committed a crime, usually individuals there. And this obi the cocaine, but now obi and China obi the cocaine, and now Nipano is engaged in money laundering now. You can say are buying and this are buying money laundering and now cocaine. It is individuals. And I didn't see the reason why they were in a haste, stumbling on one another, trying to justify and defend the fact that Bibi Sansi when the investigations were yet to even commence. So you make moot the instruction by the president say any investigations, because it is to establish some of these facts. Now you are claiming say on Vambre and Kamuma the natural cause of the investigations Ekoswa and Gaebia say onusukra trauma ne committee chairman.
Yes.
So
President Kasari no yes we issue statements
it doesn't matter.
Eric no adaya meneni be share me catch us o mini opinion enko o ma me pen na nko ntwero nko
one county mami come
here take the menu and friendly intervention
is uninvited. Oh say what trauma ne committee chairman look at Agaga's response superb. Say at the appropriate time, the committee will invite the relevant agencies to come and appear before them. But he should collaborate with them in the meantime.
No nim say Japan e be fan into no siki asalam oboa.
Say my allegation since now it's become a crime.
No nim say Japan.
Say as a committee member, we support conscious oversight. Now I quite say Japan be have family. How?
There you tea and no say I hear Japan be.
Eric, mami come as
atik.
Now president
now man kasa. Eric, what is this?
Now say okay.
You are now a CEO representative.
I see you.
I need food protection. I need food protection. Oh, now Niema Assembly say yes. The officials, claims by the spokesperson to the president say allegations in the basis. That's what set this whole in motion. Now, trying to defend his earlier claims, or the videos by, and now I'm not completely. Now there are discrepancies between the plane and I can watch many videos are already by.
Video the plane is different.
Different. And even if you look at the background, who went to find out who approached the airport and you never catch it up. Who said who go to car? The difference is very obvious. Watch us here. And let's come to you.
Ghana airport no e honye fe o.
Because
na say no na okay.
Sorry you. What
say no ye into kwan da nti mo oh, you see, I thought that they were atik o kan won be. You're very careful. Ghana is the only country we have.
Now I'm
you see, they were
protection. When you see
because Obi your kind of man tiase. They be will catch them. No say ka say
Atik me pa chonje to us. Was it government second video no e contradict earlier videos no.
But before that, a threat by CEO should not be taken like that.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yes.
Maybe from here we have to make an official complaint.
I
team video.
Oh, video no the buying. The airplanes no numbers no match. And the background screen you be never catch up. What is even worse? The claim say none tie you too.
In the organizers
we tie two a view where they landed. And your punch I want to me
Obi on car send tire to him.
There was an issue with the tire on car tire.
Obi issue with a tie where in your castle when you punch out to me park it. We tie to a problem when you punch with a problem. And what is the problem with the tie? And your punch and 2 years. What possibly could be the problem with the tie? And your puncher you can't land. You crash land. When I'm sure you've witnessed and I've experienced plane landing. But more from beam tiny a flatter. And if there's a problem with the tire, what was the problem? What was the nature? Either a flat and a two. Either way, we should be discussing death and burning of an aircraft that landed wrongly. And we see tie no chechemu. What was the nature of the problem with the tie? Let's say be two tie. The 5 days in a two tie. Plain tie. And you go extra. And this is a tie. See, me tie, me car tie. As you say, aeroplane tie. And me car jumbo just no. And yen your modifier.
Airport. Okay, one of the videos, but you are saying, you are saying, sir. Say ye too tired
5 days.
But he made the point, sir. Another flight had to bring in the people and the spare parts of the baby replaced.
That even makes it worse. Tie back, you are importing mechanics.
No, me. Oh, you have to. I don't know, man.
Eric, when you bring
tie back now. No, Eric, we a serious issue.
And yes, serious issue.
Allow him to deal with it.
Obi, I didn't feel it.
What is that?
And now they okay can be.
In the article, say a unheard of say.
I can't say unjack here you play too tired of him.
Maybe to change tie, aeroplane tie.
Yes.
I say crown squad, another crew.
Yes.
Every anonym embra just to change one tie. Aeroplane ties and also. You have almost it's no more than 4 ties. Let's say you craft 5 engineers
to
come and change 4 ties. Let's just say tie where they are play where they are playing Kumau.
Obi wahu.
And a second Yabutre.
Just one man more time change will be answered.
Now it's
Obi
that strategy
and yes strategy. Nipane de okano.
Let him talk.
I need full protection. Now it's got to fiscal. You know, it's getting physical.
In the interest of our listeners and the respect we have for them. No?
Absolutely. And you know, Kokan, Yabutre, and any IP asem. Obi na ye na ejuma, ye ka no na ejuma no ho asem Yabutre. Now, apart from enono, you say, nti ade saying say Ghana ha civil aviation omo need ties spare ties omo ton. Onim say enye plane we nko na ba Ghana.
Yes.
Because of that, civil aviation they've made provisions for some of these things. And when you board an aircraft near Bidra, when you disembark, they do regular maintenance, any checks, and sign a cobium. And if they find out that there is a problem with one of the ties, usually they would change it. Where do you think they get the spare ties from? Now, Yamvan Kura say, Ebi New Hokromu das at jet, ties the new hobium. Now, Aji Dibiba, do you need a crew of 5 to come and fix it? That's one. The other issue is say, we are told say it was on transit. It made stops in other countries and made a stop here.
Yeah, to refuel.
And
then the later realized there was an issue with the tie.
When it was fixed, where did it go? Where did it proceed to?
I don't know.
Where was it supposed to head to?
I don't know.
Airport company, Asemni Bemuna, I don't know. Civil aviation, Ejumani Ba, I don't know. You should be able to tell us
where it was going,
where it was supposed to head. Because you don't allow people to see that.
The domain of the civil
aviation. No, but the airport company can provide us with information. Say the destination was supposed to be this, but this was a transit point. In the civil aviation airport, they should be telling us that the plane was bound somewhere else, but they had to stop because of to refuel and so on and so forth. But say, see, I will not tell you, it's gone back. Just say, you are no Mukayano. I don't know, or Munya, be my aircon. I don't know, Munya, Germany. No, what is only wedding call? No, I'm saying what we were told, sir. They said they stopped to refuel and proceed. And I'm proceed. They've gone back. Now, at the end, they proceed. Now,
track flight the way no almost I call back to it.
They say in the tracker.
I see going back is proceeding. Hey, Eric and Emery.
Did you even see?
Returning is not.
Did you see those engineers repairing? Suppose engineers.
They are not. These are not engineers.
Protective gears.
Why were they even doing that work on the tarmac?
That is the point.
And a helmet.
You know more workshops.
No, it doesn't even look like.
There are workshops here. They take the aircrafts into, and you see Ghana.
The next time
we have aviation mechanics. They have a name, some aeronautic engineers or whatever. Ghana, we have 10 people. Why are you telling me, sir, when Ethiopian Airlines be in Bar and they need some regular maintenance, they bring their crew to come and do the maintenance? It is our engineers here who do that.
Obi, you see.
Until one tie. One tie. We have to fly in.
Where are you going with all of this?
The maintenance here.
These are all these inconsistencies and the passion with which they are coming after the carrier of the message and not the message, you know. Itself, it leaves a whole lot to be desired. It is raising a great deal of suspicion.
The credibility of the passenger matters. Your
responses are even worse than his allegations. Government's responses are worse than his allegations. Now, it could well be said, but these inconsistencies are raising questions.
Of course.
Now, in the minds of Ghana, for because I'm going to stories and they would fit and we will not be incoherent like we are having them. And the way they are quick to ridicule the member of parliament, characterize him in manner that is unacceptable. I ask myself, because Felix, in recent times at least, the way of communication has changed a bit.
No,
it's more tolerant, more accommodating and all. So for him to switch in that manner, it tells you said no. And when you are on the panel even debating, now facts in Mkoya, Ukakem, who did the attempt?
We aggressive.
Come on.
No, but Ukakem. Except that you were outright insults. I've seen people like because they were bereft of facts and you see when you don't have enough facts, your articulation suffers. Jubenwana wait yesim. Until with that experience, I'm like, could it be say, Reverend, he might have something more than we know. Oh, and my issue is why are we not proceeding with the investigations?
Press one to the president
directive. What is here?
And
now the aircraft
is not even talking.
That's the question.
Why are they not the ones talking?
And that's the point.
You say why now?
This question. The other question I say beside when the plane landed, did they evacuate things from the plane?
Almost oils.
No. The question is, did they evacuate things from the aircraft? Yes or no? Idea that is bound for another destination. With Ghana, idea you are evacuating things.
Na pay now, obey him when you man say wait you ma, you so you munyama.
Osei. Do I take your explanation? Say, they know what room. You have to evacuate the content of the plane to allow for that one tie that we had to fly in 5 crew members to come and change. You see, there are so many questions that are begging for answers.
What can about 30 minutes?
At the end of the day, in the mind of the ordinary Ghanaian, the inconsistencies, the discrepancies in the explanation by government, Kamia said something is wrong somewhere, and government is being very miserly with the truth and with the facts.
Yes,
and that's where the problem is. In order to hide our shortfalls, let's come after the messenger. See, I know why I'm mobile. We see Reverend. When I see Reverend on TV, let me look, they are not coming after the message. They are coming after and we instead of us to be praising him for at least drawing our attention. Until he said this, I never knew there was a plane that came to to our airport.
2 different planes.
That 2 different planes. And that one had a flat tire and pumping the tire
and background about for refuel.
As if we don't have aviation fuel here. And to me by unya flat tire, you need a crew of 5 men to come and pump the tire. Because one can't change the nature of the problem. And there are 2 problems with tires. Either a 2 and a tire and a flat and a puncture. Until you have a mendi puncture now and I be set tire now. You have to fly tire specialists to come and do it. Until he said it, we never knew. Until he said there are look, I was expecting FIC, Financial Intelligence Center. No?
Yes, now a commission.
It's now a commission. To also be speaking to us because there's an allegation of money laundering.
Yeah.
But like you said, all these important agencies are quiet. And Eric also made the point. Civil aviation is quiet, airport is nobody is talking. Yeah. These are not the ones talking, are not the ones who should be talking.
Police CID quiet, national
nobody is talking. And it is only Felix who is shouting. And he shouts.
He's not shouting.
Well, I mean, no, that's metaphorical. When I say shouting, when I say shouting, it's not derogatory. Like it's metaphorical.
So from team interviews are why any this week.
When I say shouting, I mean literally. What I mean is he's talking a lot. And in the process of talking a lot, inconsistencies are beginning to emerge. Meanwhile, more the relevant and appropriate information. It is raising a critical question. Why are they quiet?
Is there some truth in the allegation?
Is there some truth to what our honorable MP has raised? Look, at the very least, we need to commend him for having the courage to raise these allegations. Say, investigation at least we would have protected ourselves. But if it turns out, say, Nukra, we have bastardized him, we have criminalized him, we have demonized him.
By a investigation, can he then be brought under publication of false news to create fear and panic?
No, he raised concerns. He didn't publish. No, he raised concerns.
Allegation or you? Allegation or you?
No.
Because
did he
my interview with Felix, Felix Carr said, because what he did borders on criminality, ain't, you know, the investigations would happen and they would make an example out of him.
That is another comment. Very good.
Yes.
You are a good journalist. What can I mean? Why would you speak in this manner?
Why shouldn't he?
Say, a member of parliament exercising his right to oversight, his responsibility and obligation to, exercise oversight over, things like this. He's seen something and he's come into contact with some knowledge.
Or to disclose that.
And he has raised concerns. And the president acted perfectly by saying, you are saying, you make example of him. What do you mean by that? So not just Kanasha and everybody else with similar information in the future.
We'll be quiet.
Because if you are making an example of him, it means in the future, if you have such information, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Is this how you want to run this country?
Oh my God,
that people will be on this topic.
I think I can 30 minutes.
Yeah, man, you are sending in kitty, so or exhausting.
Oh, yeah, no,
yeah,
you
oh, my point is, why would you say that a whole member of parliament who is doing his job, you are telling him that if investigations end, at least, like I'm saying, at the very least, we would have known, say, we are safe. What I say?
Yeah.
But who see, you make mincemeat of him.
It's a threat.
Which is unfounded and which is needless.
No, in fact, the truth of what he said, NSA, and to quote him, if he were president, this whole investigations and yet necessary because the man is lying. And he hold on, my meaning. And he thinks the president is too tolerant to have even allowed for the and can no investigation.
That's why he's not the president. So,
but the investigation will be done, and because this whole allegation he lies, they would make an example out of him.
You see, so he has already prejudged. Look, prejudice. This should not be. You see, you are speaking for the president. Look, and I'm saying that he's not wiser than the president. The president found it relevant and unnecessary to conduct an investigation. You have already pronounced the judgment. You have concluded on the outcome. Say it is a pile of lies. So why didn't we need an investigation?
Because he made that conclusion. Say there is no evidence. We are interrogated. The man has not brought any evidence.
You see, has the investigation commenced? Oh, come on. To the best of your knowledge?
No.
So why would you haven't started the investigation for you to know whether he has evidence or not? You've proceeded to say near or warning in iron throw. So what is then you obviate the need for any investigation?
And even proceed to give disjointed responses.
Now, and Amike into your can say see between the two of you. Who is telling the truth?
Whose responses is
because their information our supply videos nibino. I mean what you say. But like I'm saying, the president is the one we voted for. He's our president. You are not. So whether if you were is immaterial, we don't care. If you become your president elsewhere, you can do whatever you want. But for now, our president is Mahama. And he says there should be investigation into these allegations. And instead of you to let the investigation flow, you say already I think it's prejudicial. And now because of the tone he set, any the information or DB, and now like I'm saying, it's registering on the minds of Ghanaians say something is wrong somewhere.
It's gone amiss.
It's gone amiss.
Mamena say I take. Eric, you also 2 minutes. Can I mean sorry? Right.
1 minute 40 minutes. Was it 2 minutes?
That's what the care on this.
To be wrong, say. Asempa by menu atik. Wakwaya hon rehearsals 5 years when ya obere ewu. Atik. Ade no. The intim ebeye ya no kure bi anim.
How do you know?
No kure bi anim.
We dey hu ya.
Intim ya. Sofu intim ya okofa na Asempa. Ya force sofu a say. O dey so say emfrewa. Fast dance no bra so for sepan.
No, if there's an investigation body I have.
Who dey TM.
Yes.
Only one ho. Who dey me ne so for net na ha. And na so for catch me na akuase de wo kan wa dance so me timi dey to
investigative body.
And now yeah obeka kire Ghana for investigators.
No. He said so that the president will start such
not the president. And I'm say ni position kra no as a ranking member. Committee for Defense
and investigation. If you've called him now, then you say,
President Mahama, President.
Why won't you start here on
Said the world can President Mahama no want to say ni abakono. and on the Okra issue statements and can him.
Not
a nua ba kono de kran ko nka hwe
one day uncle Becca said
ba asem ne say hwe ni
we are Nkosiaga and now he's speaking like Felix
yes and I'm saying
speaking like Felix is doing
oh nya abotre ade ne hwe ni nti ye besre sofo ntim baby owo bia no ade we ye futu ye koma no because we ye penny do level bia now be one no I'm very careful because at the end of the day no my image and what
the government of the issue has not been dealt with.
Diplomats be careful at the end of now photo a picture ya was we ko post was
even exhausting
we share no crown ties and ye do what ya na kan we mu share ties o ka ties kwa wakan and argument bi wa menye unim de see ye no odeti mekura minimum se menye pilot una we pilot
menye pilot
ade na see ye no apart from send a tie na blast ye no unim ade ye
say always die blast
there be say tie ya ehu ye de na blast
and they could land
there be the say blast and there see for man and na nam so na
abai
obi there be me say me ka tratic say tie na o so who say fix no o say tie na tie na fix
abai response
na problem no o na head obi me no ina ya hu tie
ala play tie
yes tie no na adwo
blast sa issue when
and you could land
o dey a serious issue o dey obi ahwehwe mu akwahwehwe mu.
How could you land with a blasted tie?
Me say obi ahwehwe mu obi kwahwehwe mu dey that be a serious issue.
You know what power
any serious issue.
Wait, this is what power can do to you.
Hey,
it's too early.
Onim say me nya homa so nya ha na obetena say atwa me sa blast. Obi ni o ma hini timi betena na o ma ka say hu
and then who ben e kan tell me
no but tire blast with you man you could land
obi an ka say blast with you me say oh
tire blast
na say
out me the landing
obi I think he
only in Ghana now I so magical
per the pictures I saw who pictures na a chance time na there blast and I'm say na wo ka nam for one
da be e bia elandi here ba see hono na blast
ka nam for one and I tie to two and blast and I say it took us
say I didn't see
from there BBS
we am portals right
there be no one say blast was massa me dey man see for
yes
on the meeting with the US
come on me for man see for me dey man see for no yeah papa Sampi yale uncle maybe na busia obi aye ma omo ya akọ ni shede enra anajo yanti asem de yes uncle ya one person senka ya tie fidie so a okasa wo pie di otie wa onim se wo enye bia na yes oh yeah on the buy obefrew Eric asem wo yen kan dem when we said no guy dey so obetimi ahwe o video no akọpe link no the amount we can say yeah so such a character no ya na omo ndoso ya memfa ne currency and a pro forum so we je ya japade
na pro forum no oka ho
menka ho
okay
o hwe last election na e na performance a pro forum for near me region say a lot of contribution and here in the region at the year campaigning na do na nefi pro forum we do appreciate them a lot ne legacy or the part na anya hwe no ye be kan dia boni di
yeah that's true
into leadership na ka chi no so no munso mu ye nyame mfa ne currency
and the meeting na aye office
yeah na me ko chia Jaika yeah
okay I do one of
CEO
obi na me can be say
no way brutal
foreign minister
obi yeah very juma
no I have faith in Eric doing a very good
channel our fan be sure say president
no cry ejuma dey me titi say we dey obeti ma ejuma
no mama yentie diplomat on the meeting
they have make a crane say me hu video bi efa the vice president the last time me nim say no crane say enye ne kure
I did not comment
Donald Trump yes if it's real I think say na in fact
a diplomatic faux pas
nenye I think say the tone
another what it say Donald Trump can say be ba Ghana so will respond
na
it's true
No, of course. You see, but of course.
Also, the tax 2 years or no. Also, the tax 2 years or no. Boy, I'm
a serial callers. You understand? No, of course. Responsible Honuma in that circles. No, other people can be. So I'm happy say engagement.
There's nothing that's going to come out of this.
What is happening is that
which are 10% tariff.
Yes.
No.
The man has no intention of taking it off.
No. Why he can refuse? He has refused for some. It took Israel. Netanyahu make us say he's supposed to be in the US now because Israel there is 17%. And Israel felt say discuss here.
No, they have a
other
treaty.
Countries.
I mean, what a treaty? It's not a bilateral agreement. It's not a treaty.
No, you see, our problem can you hire? But our problem is just take Cote d'Ivoire and our other countries are more cocoa. Now your cocoa so 10% also. And could do US obviously a price because DS will come down. So money tariff. So what it means is that Obi Obeto Ghana cocoa be US no ontiminton. And that will be a problem. So Obeka say but I'm telling you say
no. Why is your ontiminton?
Why? The point is that if I buy something,
so you factor in the cost of the tariff.
And who buys it? It's high.
No.
If it's cheaper, if there's a cheaper, the same commodity,
if the demand for
cheaper in the market, I will go for
there are some commodities wrong.
Yes.
The demand for them are inelastic.
Sure.
So if there is a change in price, the demand, the quantity does not necessarily change that much.
You think so?
No, I'm just explaining something. What I say. Until the change in price, causes a minimal change in the quantity that is demanded. Now, everybody said, chocolates, baby. I mean, cocoa is a raw material. It's not like there are substitutes.
Even when Cote d'Ivoire is not under this tariff regime, now I'm on a price.
There will not be competition.
Into Cote d'Ivoire, they are not going to.
I don't know.
They are
affected.
Obia.
And your countries.
Is it all African?
No, me can't those of us exporting cocoa.
It's not to say 50%.
No, omudi music free be. James na but the
was say
10%,
was a
start agreement that we have.
Yes.
And look internal.
Yes.
The AGOA agreement, why the African market is huge.
It's huge.
Yes.
You see, I want him your you need our oil and you need our petroleum products.
Exemptions no we oil and way free.
Oh, if you look at the AGOA agreement, petroleum and transportation, agriculture, fabrics, any garments, and so on. We shedder petroleum out, which they need in high quantities. And when you enter exporting on Kono, 10% no, I'll bet you so. So I agree with the vice president when she says, look, we can also take a response and say, look, if that is the case, we either refuse transporting oil to you or we also increase the prices. Why can't you?
Oil and
no, you are not fighting.
80% or 90% of the oil is not even yours.
No, you see, that's not. You think that no,
guys,
producing oil, no, they are smart.
After 7, my fancy.
On this note,
yes.
On this note, media, I think, say when you now catch and say after now, this is a time to operationalize it in the real sense. Look, your oil. If we start. You see, oil integration, the problem we have had is that we don't have tradables. And the reason why we don't have tradables is that we don't add value to what we produce. Near Ekosui, and we decided, look, we are going to trade amongst ourselves. Forget about the West. Or Mwangasa, if they need anything, they should come and buy the finished products from here and take. I'm telling you, sir, we should be okay.
Very well. Atik Mohammed, the Atin and Kano. Ekosiisen On Asempa. We'll be back tomorrow with another exciting edition of the show. On behalf of the production team, and a big good evening to all of you. Lucky Dube in the background with Romeo. Have a great evening. Sports.